Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active.
Thank you, Z1 Gaming, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. This is an Icarus review because I'm intrigued with Icarus, and I want to see what they do, see what they say. Excuse me. This sucks. I lost my food. God damn it! I shouldn't have eaten all that stuff. Oh well.
What's going on, everybody? Z here. Welcome back to Icarus. And today I am going to give you my opinions, my thought, my rant over the game Icarus. What it is and what it is not. So I want to preface by saying that this is a fun survival game. I like survival games. It's a fun survival game. And if you like survival games, if you like, you know, things like The Forest or The Island or, you know, those type of survival games, I think you'll probably enjoy it. Now, I am going to criticize, I'm going to critique and criticize, but I'm going to try to give you my opinion and what I think would make it better, because I don't think criticizing a game or criticizing something without an answer is, you know, like, it's non-constructive. So I'm going to try to be constructive in everything I say, and I hope this doesn't come off as a rant, and I don't want to like to detour anybody from buying the game. If you like survival games, I think it's fun. It's a good time. I've played in total like 55 hours between the betas and the game, the betas and the game now. So let's start off on what Icarus is. Icarus is
No, it is one bag. It's one bag. So now I can't get back here, which is annoying. But that's alright. Actually, the boat would be preferable for my actual spawn because it's mobile. Nobody can really get to it, and I can always come back here if I need to. So, I was wrong. It is only one. You only get one bed. That's it. Or two? Maybe it's two. But now I've got two. We'll see how this works. Yeah, now I can't get back here. Because this stupid-ass unnamed camper suit. Fuck. I feel like I want to go back to excavation and see if I can do something about that bed. But first I want to move this bed. Or I don't know about move. Yeah, I do. I want to move this bed. Two bags. That's it. Two bags. Let's go see if I can do something about that other bag, like maybe blow up the car. Maybe I can blow up that car or something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna take like a jackhammer over there and a T1 and see if I can just blow up the car. Maybe I should see best way to destroy a car. One C4 or 5 satchels and some bullets. Wait, destroying cars, then harvesting them. let's go see about that car. I want to bring a jackhammer with me. Yeah, and I think I want to make a T1. And I'll just slap down a T1 right next to it, and I'll break that car. I'll break the car, is what I'll do. That's okay. Maybe I'll take 2 jackhammers if I've got them. Yeah, and then like a crappy crossbow so I can protect myself against zombies, and like that, and that. I'll bring a metal, or sorry, a helmet. Good. Okay, or yeah, like maybe, yeah, maybe this for him. Yeah, where are those nails at? Okay. And finally, I need to take that, and that. I need to make a couple of T1s. Why don't I see workbench? Oh, damn it. Yep, and I'll go try to kill that, that other bed, because I think I can have 3 beds. It's just, I have 3 beds right now. I think I can have 3 beds. It's just, yeah, placing them. Or no, it's you can only have 2 beds, but you can't have 2 beds. So I want 1 in the boat and 1 back there. Yeah, or I'm sorry, no, I want 1 in the desert base, 1 here, and I can take a spawn to go to my main base, because it's never a bad run from spawn. So here we go, and what else? All right, you are so annoying. Shut up. No, 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 run, 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 up, go, oh god, you are so annoying. I think, yeah, I think actually I realize now how dangerous that is actually, and I'm gonna go fix it real quick, because it's like, yeah, that's dangerous. I didn't realize how bad that is. What? Okay, so it's 4:15. Oops. Now, I told you to make 2 workbenches. What'd you do with them? Nothing over there. So cool. Just reload the page. You're fucking up.
As you've noticed, we are on a planet. It is very, very, very Earth-like. It is a very Earth-like planet. To the point where we have wolves in the game. To the point where we have bears and rabbits and fish. And we don't get a lot of aliens. But it's a survival game. It's still fun. It is a survival game. What's What's going on, everybody? Z here. Welcome back to Icarus. And today I am going to give you my opinions, my thought, my rant over the game Icarus. What it is and what it is not. So I want to preface by saying that this is a fun survival game. I like survival games. It's a fun survival game. And if you like survival games, if you like, you know, things like The Forest or The Island or, you know, those type of survival games, I think you'll probably enjoy it. Now, I am going to criticize, I'm going to critique and criticize, but I'm going to try to give you my opinion and what I think would make it better, because I don't think criticizing a game or criticizing something without an answer is, you know, like, it's non-constructive. So I'm going to try to be constructive in everything I say, and I hope this doesn't come off as a rant, and I don't want to like to detour anybody from buying the game. If you like survival games, I think it's fun. It's a good time. I've played in total like 55 hours between the betas and the game now. So let's start off on what Icarus is. Icarus is a survival game. As you've noticed, we are on a planet. It is very, very, very Earth-like. It is a very Earth-like planet, to the point where we have wolves in the game, to the point where we have bears and rabbits and fish, and we don't get a lot of aliens, but it's a survival game. It's still fun. It's still a good time. Now, the game is focused around prospects. When you drop into a dropship into a game, there's a core goal that you're trying to accomplish. Currently, we're trying to for this mission, we're trying to scan some stuff.
Nice.
Now, the idea is that you scan those items, you do what the mission tells you, and when you get rewarded, you use then on things in the space station, which we'll get to later. However, the core focus, you drop down, you start with nothing, you build up, you build a base, you get things going, you do the mission, and then you leave. And once you leave, all your stuff is gone. So every time you do a new mission, you do start with nothing. Again, you start over with no base, you start over with nothing. You have to craft crafting benches every time. You have to make your rain collectors. You have to do that over and over and over. 35 missions I think available, which means that you are going to make your first base 35 times. You're going to have to craft this bench 35 times. You're going to have to craft this anvil 35 times. You see what I'm saying? So now, some people that might not bother, and some people might actually enjoy that. Some people enjoy the base building aspect, and that's what they want. I can tell you right now, after probably the 5th time, I'm going to get tired of it. I would much rather the game be a persistent world. Like, you build a base, you come in, you do your stuff, and then maybe you make like an upload station, an uplink station, sorry, where then you could get your missions, and it's like, oh, okay, so our mission this time that we selected was to go do a radar thing in certain areas, and then you would leave and then go do the mission and come back. You could turn the mission in, not have to leave and come back and rebuild absolutely everything every single time. I don't like that. Now that could just be me, and if that doesn't bother you, awesome, but that's kind of the direction that I wish they would have gone, and not the direction that they did go, but that's okay. Now, let's talk about the environment a little bit. So we know what the game is. It's a survival game. You come down, you start with nothing, you build up, you do the mission, you leave, you come back down, you start with nothing, you build up, you do the mission, you leave, you come down. You know what I mean? So that's like essentially the gameplay of it. Let's talk about the environment. Let's talk about what you're looking at here. We are in a forest biome currently. If you watch my beta playthroughs, I have a playlist linked down below. There is a desert biome, there is a winter biome, and there's different biomes. And while the biomes look nice, they look really good, it doesn't look alien. There's nothing alien about this biome. There's also very little alien about the creatures that live here. Because we have wolves, we have bears, we have regular fish, we have a lot of regular things that aren't alien. And I want to actually kind of convert this point to, I want to showcase the trailer that originally released for this game a year ago, and I want to kind of talk about it. As you can see, we have a rabbit running across the screen. Look, it's a rabbit. It's a regular Earth rabbit. We're not on Earth right now. If you didn't know that, this is not Earth. This is not supposed to be Earth. This is supposed to be a different planet where we were terraforming it, and it went completely wrong, in quotations. Okay, so we're going to take a peek at, this is the trailer that we were presented with a year ago, which initially showcased Icarus. Now, there's a lot of similarities in it, but there's also a lot of differences, and these are kind of, I think, where people might get a little upset. So you can see we crash land. We are on. I'm obviously watching this on YouTube. We crash land. We're on a planet. It looks the same, right? It looks about the same. We got the trees. We got everything in here. People walk around in spacesuits. Looks cool. We got our tools, primitive axes, hot chop. Where is that? Where's that? What is that? Is that the rabbit that I was promised? Because that don't look like a rabbit. That is the first of the change of direction, if you will. So let's keep going here, because that thing was cool. Chopping some more trees down. Yep, we can do that. We can harvest them. We can build buildings. Okay, that looks the same. Cool. Yep, look at that tower. What is that? Never seen that before. What is that? That looks like maybe the wolf that we now don't have. And we're hunting said thing. Yep, that was probably the wolf. So, oh, look at this big, huge desert area. That could be the desert area. We could be saying that's the desert area. Showing, you know, some kind of drilling site kind of thing. Oh, he ran out of oxygen. Huh. So keep in mind the rest of this trailer is going to feature this amazing looking vehicle that is also not in the game. Because that looks sick. That looks awesome. And then we leave, right? Okay, so there we have it. There's the trailer. So I watched this trailer a year ago. I got excited because what it showed sci-fi. It showed something new. It showed aliens, it showed vehicles, it showed planetary exploration. It showed all of that stuff. It looked really cool. Now, I know what you're gonna say. You're like, well, gee, that was a trailer from a year ago. They were still in early access. They were still in development. Things changed. I understand that, and I'm not gonna argue that. I understand games change. I understand that. So this is where I'm gonna start picking it apart a little bit more. And again, this is it's kind of my rant to not have to rant during my series, if you will. That game that they showed is not the game that we are getting. The game that they showed a whole bunch of different things. Just look at this forest. Could you actually drive that vehicle through this forest? There's no way. There's no way that vehicle that size would actually be able to get around this forest, which makes me think that the vehicles were pretty much scrapped out of the game completely. I don't think they're intending for vehicles, because if they were, the trees wouldn't be spaced so close. Everything wouldn't be so dense. The ground wouldn't be so rough. I don't honestly think that even if we got vehicles at any point, it would be even worth it, because you would get stuck on everything. So I don't think that we're going to get vehicles. They said that we're going to get vehicles later on, but the game is full release. The game is fully released. It is not in early access. It is fully released. The game as it sits is not a 1.0 game. The game as it sits is an early access game. And when they make promises of adding vehicles and future content, that is not a 1.0 game. A 1.0 game includes everything that they promised the game would be, all functionalities, all assets included. This game is an early access game. I don't know why they wanted to go with a 1.0 launch. It doesn't run like a 1.0 launch. It doesn't have the polish of a 1.0 game, and it doesn't have a lot of the features as a 1.0 game. My opinion, of course. So now that we have that, and again, we don't have aliens. We have wolves and bears and stuff. And the reason that I think that they went this way, the reason I think we don't have these aliens, is because I think these assets weren't created by them. I think what this game is, and I think what it is, and this might be a little harsh, and again, I'm not trying to bash the game. I'm just trying to figure out
I want your opinion.
What happened and why we didn't get what we were expecting.
Yeah.
I believe that the wolves and the bears and the animals were some
Z1 Gaming.
Unreal
I'd like
Engine
to sub to your channel.
That they didn't have to animate. They wouldn't have to do the animations for, so they could just utilize those instead of bringing in their own creative stuff. Instead of having to make all their little alien creatures, they just used what was already available. Wolves, bears, fish, all the Earth-like animals that you could ever want. Those are all already available. And it feels like they just pasted them into a game. And they just added what was already there instead of creating something of their own. But again, this is my opinion. And then the same, I think, honestly could be said with the terrain, with the biomes. I feel like this is a standard get forest biome kind of thing. Get desert biome. You know what I mean? Get a snowy biome. Where's the alien here? Other than our oxide rocks, there's nothing alien about this game. There's nothing sci-fi about it. I feel like a lot of the sci-fi aspects were stripped away because
Yeah, they're
either they didn't want to make them, or they couldn't, or it was too difficult, or whatever it was. I don't know what it is, but the thing that irritated me and the thing that really got me bothered is I feel like we were promised a game that was going to be a different type of survival game, something new, something that people hadn't done before, and we didn't get that. We've got a recloned basic survival game it's fun, it's a good survival game, but honestly, strip the spacesuit off and strip the drop pod, it's just a survival game. You could say we crash landed at some remote area of the Earth, and it wouldn't be any different. There's nothing different about it. Now I know there's gonna be other people that are gonna be arguing, well, it was a terraforming project that went wrong. We can't breathe the atmosphere, yet there's water and fish. The narrator guy even specifically says, oh, that water right there looks good. Your EvE suit can filter out anything dangerous, so you should be good, and the fish should be good. Yet you still get dysentery. You still get sick from that. Why is it that when I go underwater, I can breathe infinitely? I can breathe infinitely underwater, which is cool, right? We're in a spacesuit. But then why do I catch pneumonia from being in a cave? It's a cold, damp, wet cave. Why do I catch pneumonia if I can breathe underwater? Oh wow, that guy didn't die. This is what I don't understand. There's holes and there's plot holes, and that's also gonna get me to my rest of my part. Is the focus of the game, I believe, was in the debuff area. I believe the focus was on getting dysentery, on making sure you're eating the right foods, the status effects. I feel like that was their bread and butter, because you can get cuts, you can get rashes, you can get cuts that persist through death. You can get concussions, you can get poisoned. All of these different type of status effects that don't do really anything for the game except make it a pain to play. And don't even get me started on the storm cycles. The storm cycles in this game are about as useful as they were on Astroneer. The storm cycles do absolutely nothing in the game. They don't create any kind of fun play environment. They don't do anything except for make you hide in your base with your hammer and repair it as it gets damaged. It does absolutely nothing for the game. I do not like things in games that are built in a game that stop you from playing the game. All the storms do in this game is if there's a storm, you need to hide inside and stand there and wait for the storm to pass. You wanted to play the game? Oh, cool. Well, there's a storm. Never mind. So it's the combined issues that I have with this game that make it like it's still fun, and I'm still gonna play it. Absolutely, it is a fun game. However, I can understand people's frustrations. I can understand the Steam reviews. Like the Steam reviews right now, they're not the greatest thing. But that's just because I think a lot of people are upset that the game isn't what we got showed a year ago. The game is not 1.0. It is early access. And I just don't know how well people are gonna take this. I personally believe that the game will be fun for a while. I think it'll be fun until, like I said, about the 10th time that I've had to restart my base and rebuild a base to start everything all over again. Because nothing says I want to do this over and over and over like having to completely restart every time. So essentially my TLDR, my sum up is, if you like survival games, if you like classic survival games, you will like this game. If you're expecting any kind of sci-fi experience off of this game,
nope.
I don't think you're gonna find it here. I don't think it's gonna be exactly what you're looking for, because there's just not enough sci-fi about it. Now, I do also am aware that there are worms in the caves, and there's the giant worm in the desert. Spoilers. But those two little creatures, actually, I mean, honestly, they're the same creature. One is just a bigger version of the other one. Those creatures don't justify why we have regular wolves and regular bears and regular fish and regular rabbits. It's like, if terraforming went wrong, you honestly believe that the wolves would look exactly the same as they do on Earth. The bears would look exactly the same as they do on Earth. This dog right here, this wolf, has a nose like a regular dog. You know what it probably breathes? Oxygen, which I can't breathe in this game. I don't understand. I don't. I just don't. I don't get it. It's sad. I want to like it, and I do enjoy it for the survival aspect, but it's not the sci-fi game I wanted it to be. Now, another small thing that I do want to talk about, because this is like maybe another sci-fi aspect, is the space station. So I just created another character here. Let's look at the workshop. The workshop is where the other side of the aspect goes, because as you play through prospects, you earn this reputation currency kind of coin thing. You can see we get 100 right there. You can use those points on the workshop. So we have to start by researching this suit which gives us a +1 suit module slot and +1 oxygen slots in the suit, which is cool. I mean, I guess, but I mean, 100, we get 100 for the entire mission, and that costs 75 right there. We research it for 50, and then if we want to craft it, it's another 25. And then you have other suits which give you different bonuses. So like, this is like the permanent upgrades kind of screen, but then you also have things like a spear and a pickaxe, and I haven't tested it yet, but is this pickaxe better than any pickaxe in the game, or should I just save my points and just make the metal one in the game? So I don't know for sure, and you can only, I believe, carry up to 5 items with you anyways, or 6 items with you to the dropship. So like this whole suit right here, head armor, arms, legs, chest, feet, that right there would take up every slot except for one of these. So you'd have a suit and all of this, and then you're loaded up. You can't carry anything else. So, I mean, that is the other sci-fi side of it, if you will. So like I said, if you like survival games, I think it's worth a go. I think it's worth a shot. I know the game's full release. I don't consider it full release. I think it's still early access, and I think it was kind of a weird move that they went full release on it. When you know the game is not done, it's not polished, it's not, I don't think it's ready for the 1.0 title. But if you're expecting anything else, if you're expecting anything like that first trailer, I don't know. I would say maybe wait and kind of see how it goes. Currently the world is all handmade, it's not procedurally generated, so right now we only have the one map, so I really can't see another map coming in anytime soon. And I don't see vehicles coming in anytime soon. I think it'd be an absolute nightmare to try to drive a vehicle through here. And the constant debuffs. I cannot get over the debuffs. It seems like they focused all on the debuffs and nothing on making the gameplay more fun, honestly. Like, it's pneumonia. You lose 10% of experience gain. Come on. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. So I am gonna end it there. I'm not gonna rant too much more. I just wanted to make this video because I've been getting a lot of people asking me what I thought about it, and this is like my thoughts in one place. It's not like, you know, a fancy review of the game and stuff like that. It's buy as you want, but just make sure your expectations are not set too high. If your expectations are lower, then I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with this game. But if you're gonna expect too much out of it, I think you're gonna be wanting more. And then longevity wise, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna want to build a base and start over 35 times to complete all the missions. So do with it what you will. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think. Leave your comments. Let you know. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me, that's fine. I can accept that I'm wrong. Or if you agree with me, let me know. Leave a comment down below. Maybe there's something I missed out on, and there's, you know, this other glaring issue that you think I should have said. Leave it in a comment. I'd love to see it. But yeah, thank you so much for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed. Like I said, I don't make these videos like this. I don't ever do it, but I knew this video was gonna have a little bit of controversy with it because of what it is, how it's shipped, and what people are getting, and I just wanted to kind of cover it earlier rather than later. So
now you're just kind of repeating yourself for like length. So okay, good enough. I see now. The only thing that appealed to me about it was the graphics and the damage numbers. I wish Rust had damage numbers. Really bad.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm out of fire? Oh, yeah, I am, yeah. But I have lots of mats. That's good. Okay. I would like to retire FFXI out of my rotation for a little while, but they don't make any good games. Like I could sit on WowSod or something, but I don't see staying there like I do these games. That's why I have trouble playing WowSod, because I know that I won't stay there. Fire's only gotten worse. It's so annoying. No, that is okay. I am not going to join this fleet. Oops. I better just
Autopilot engaged.
frankly.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I will be right back. I'm going to get something to drink.
Autopilot jumping.
Something to drink. I was going to get something to eat. So I'm going to get something to eat. This load is taking a long time.
PD, I think it's time I issue a correction. Did you know your daddy's an idiot? Yesterday, I posted a video and then 3 hours later, I took down that video. I don't really do that much. This was one of those times when I took bait, man. When I took bait and I'm just my real, true, just dumb came kind of floating through. I didn't listen to my gut instinct. I'll get into that later though, okay? In yesterday's video, I talked about the ongoing feud between George Janko and Logan Paul. Today we're talking about Logan Paul. And also this guy, George Janko. Specifically, George Janko confronted Mike Malak.
The amount of times I've seen the inside of my body is horrifying.
It's someone who is genuinely hurt versus someone who is the wingman of a actual psycho guy, actual crazy person, Logan Paul. And that's where I was wrong specifically, because from the very beginning, I interpreted all this as a bunch of Hollywood weird motherfuckers. I don't understand this. This type of fighting, I don't do. This type of thing, I don't have friends that are like this. I have no experience in this. So to me, it seems like a bunch of people who are obsessed with clout and money.
Me too, I don't give a living shit about that. I can tell that he doesn't either. He's trying to make his money the legitimate way. Everyone else seems to be like in this fucking crazy rush.
And success, just fighting about it in a way that makes no sense, which is unbecoming in my opinion. And that's how I approach the video. With that in consideration, I'm sure it probably would make more sense to the average person, but that is the wrong way to approach the video, because the real truth of it is I glossed over incredibly important stuff and fell for very shallow basic receipts that were provided in an awesome TikTok video that Logan Paul made. Dude, I fell for the TikTok. I fell for the old TikTok apology. So yeah, guys, had a bit of a misinformation moment, but not the funny kind, unfortunately. I really don't want to go too far into Logan's response. I clearly see now there were quite a few things that he blatantly misrepresented. For one, talking about how George had no room to grow. That's just not true. He didn't mean from a career perspective in the video, in the podcast. When you watch George's podcast, he was talking about a more personal perspective. He didn't have room to grow because he was surrounded by bad people, bad entities, which I completely agree with that. And he's a religious man and probably has morals and sticks to those morals more so than Mike and Logan Paul and the group in LA. You know, like it's completely misunderstood it. I fell for the bait. And the second point to that is Logan Paul refuted a bunch of financial shit, which that's where I got super lost in the weeds, because I just don't feel bad for anyone who is a content creator who has to work like a couple days a month and then like bitches about it. I just don't understand. I'm not gonna feel bad for that. I literally will not feel bad for that. But in my callousness in regard to the clout, success, financial aspects of all of it, I glazed over the most important shit, which is just being a bad guy. Logan didn't address being a piece of shit towards George. George felt like he was mistreated on a plethora of occasions, and we saw cherry-picked texts from Logan, and we didn't see anything. Like, it's just, there's going to be more to the story. Obviously, there's no way that George would exaggerate every single aspect of this. And now on to the elephant in the room, which is Bobby Lee. I barely talked about Bobby Lee in my video.
So I have to do what I can, you know what I mean? I'm like a fatter Pikachu. You know?
And I even alluded to, you know, doing the research yourself and going down that rabbit hole, mainly because I haven't gone down it myself. I've heard inklings, I've heard rumors. There's the Tijuana story, which apparently was just a joke. That's what he says. In my opinion, if you joke about that, that's not good. That's not something you should necessarily be joking about, TBH. And that, coupled with the known behavior of Bobby Lee, for example, making people incredibly uncomfortable in interviews, kissing this woman, asking Bobby Altoff to see her feet. I saw that in the Bad Friends podcast a couple weeks ago. That shit went viral on TikTok. Bro is weird as and I would not be surprised if he actually did SA George. There's footage of it, apparently. Obviously, Impulsive isn't gonna release that stuff. And it was all muddied by the financial aspect. Basically, in short, I was incredibly wrong to not focus more on that and bring all of that context that I knew about into the situation. I don't know everything about Bobby Lee, but I do know enough to know that he's a weird motherfucker and he should be beaten up, to be honest. Ari Shaffir should finish what he started. He whooped his ass, I think, a couple times, but I don't know, dude. It's just more of all these insane people out there, and just I'm conflating them all, and for some reason I threw in George with that group, and looking at it objectively, George is not a member of that. George is a guy who has morals, who is honest, it seems like, who is leading forth with passion and leading forth with what he actually believes in. And sure, he's making a bunch of he's creating a career out of being an adversary to Logan Paul, because it's a thing. So am I. So are a bunch of people. I was wrong to conflate him with these other people. And Bobby Lee, frankly, needs to be investigated. I feel like I talk too much shit about the comedians out there. Like, if I just said what I say, I don't know why I hold my tongue when it comes to those guys. It's like I'm afraid they're gonna see it or something like that. I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. I don't think any of them are funny. I don't think any of those people are funny. And that's not to say like, well, I'm hilarious. I don't think any of those people are funny. It's more so I don't like them and I don't get it, and so I just don't touch that stuff in my videos, generally speaking. And that's a problem, because I touch other stuff that is equally as bad or equally as clear. So it's just cherry picking, shit going on in my own brain that I'm like justifying and not thinking of in a fully rational way, in which I do generally try to approach videos on my channel that I make in a rational way. I don't know if that comes through. A lot of people just say I'm a fence sitter, but in reality, I try to non-ironically allow a broken clock to be right twice a day. I say that all the time. It's true, dude. I'm gonna do my best to look beside me hating Logan Paul and me disliking Logan Paul. Can you guys stop, please? And show my audience that there is a, just because someone is a piece of shit doesn't mean they're always wrong. Just because you already have a preconceived bias towards a source of information doesn't make that source of information wrong because of your preconceived bias. It's like, it's just a struggle, right? And it's possible
he's a smart man.
Get shit wrong, obviously.
I would like to meet him one day. I think he's a very intelligent man.
A little further on in the day, a little further towards the end of the day, I pretend to be one. So, like, I appreciate when people leave negative comments, and nobody told me to take the video down. That was my own decision. When I saw that Logan Paul responded, I watched that. That came out right before I recorded my video, and that was like 2 days ago, something along those lines. And immediately after recording, I sent it to editing, and everyone started putting all their shit on it. We have a couple editors, and I actually said, let me find this. I actually said 2 days ago, need to really take a look at the Logan Paul vid, make sure I don't need to record something else talking about his SA. I don't obviously want to devalue that, even though Bobby Lee is a freak ass MF. It's complicated. That's just my opinion, right? At that time, obviously, at that moment, I started doing more research on Bobby Lee, and I was like, oh my god, dude, this is f***ed up. And then I just stopped after that, because I was like, all right, whatever. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. And then just posted the video for some reason. But before I posted the video, literally 30 minutes before, I said, I am worried about glossing over the SA stuff too much. Bobby Lee really is a f***ing weirdo. I feel like I didn't downplay it, but I was pretty hard on Georgie Boy, which is true. I absolutely was hard on Georgie Boy. I hope I didn't downplay SA. I didn't intend to. I didn't mean, like, when I was recording it, I didn't mean to do that. If that's exactly what I did, I'm not going to be able to change the fact that that is exactly what I did. That's not something that I devalue. Generally, what I record is what goes in the videos, and I know what I say. I don't need to watch them back. I don't, like, it's not a thing that I generally do. I haven't done it in years. I cannot stand to watch myself, and instead of letting that exist out there, I decided to take it down because it's just embarrassing. That's why I deleted the video, dude. I'm not one of those guys who digs in. I like to listen to criticism from any source. I think that it's all valid. Well, some of it's brain rot, TBH. But you know, it's times like this where I'm incredibly appreciative to have the platform that I do, and I like to listen to criticism and feedback, and usually if I find it valid, I will respond to it immediately. I get criticized all the time and don't take videos down. This, I very clearly had a real, I felt like I did something wrong, which I did. The end. I took the video down. It was an L. It was just an L. It was just an L. In recording it, I didn't think I did anything wrong, and as time went by, we have a quick turnaround. I should have absolutely waited on that video or just deleted it or whatever. I did also feel bad that I, you know, I don't like scrapping videos because we do have a team that works on them. We have like a bunch of, that video was recorded and researched and put together and ready to upload in a day. That's crazy, and it was 50 minutes long and has actual good edits in it. Once again, I promise I'm way more based and red pilled IRL than I am on YouTube. It's not you're not allowed to be fun on YouTube, to be honest. You can talk shit about Logan Paul, and that's it. Also, since this happened, another ex-team member of Logan Paul's group, the Low Gang, Mike Donner, he released a video commenting on the George Janko feud, and his response was very middle of the road. He had some positive things to say about Logan, some positive things to say about George, because he's mutual friends with both those guys. He actually knows the truth of it, and his take is not super anti-Logan or anti-George or anything really. The guy, it just wants to see some positivity. So I recommend watching his video, and his video absolutely speaks to the truth of the situation, and I feel like is transparent and honest. And he says that Logan's shit is just a smoke screen, basically, and that he cherry picked things that he could easily refute to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say, and just devalue everything that George says and try to also seem like the bigger guy by being like, hey, you know, here's the olive branch, which I fell for. I literally fell for that. How embarrassing is that shit? I watched that video, that first thing, and I was like, man, this is just like that PFAS thing, man. Shit, bud. Meanwhile, drinking some PFAS, I've got PFAS in my head. And also, to circle back around to the financial aspects of Logan Paul's response, they weren't even accurate anyway. George's first episode of the Impulsive podcast, yeah, September 22nd, 2020. And then in Logan Paul's response, the first payment was in like 2021. And if you average out all the income that he was paid, which I don't even think you're allowed to disclose how much you pay someone in the state of California. Can you, like, there's a lot of contractor protections, and I assume he wasn't a W-2 employee. I assume he was a 1099, but maybe he wasn't because he's an owner. I don't know how that works, but I know there's a lot of protections in terms of privacy in regard to financials. So maybe Logan Paul could be in trouble for that. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's hoping. But yeah, it seems like averaged out, potentially the math could be there in that George, all the money that he made, 300K over, it would be like 5K a month, basically. And then that's before taxes, 8K a month before, I don't know. But taxes are huge in California, and the cost of living is very high. And all that, though, that's the weeds. I don't give a bitch moan all you want. Go do something else. Get a real job. Go live somewhere where it doesn't cost $150,000 to live a meaningless life. Be a plumber or something like that. I don't know. I'm never going to feel bad for that, and I will never apologize for being mean about that kind of stuff. And I would never expect anyone to not be critical of me in that regard either. I mean, like, what the dude? I'm so lucky. Are you shitting me? And I grew up with like nothing at all, and now my parents are my employees. It's like a dream I live. Literally a dream. I don't even like Logan Paul's response anymore. I don't even care about that anymore. That was a lame response. I'm gonna eat some toast. I don't really know. I'm not fixing anything. I'm just doing what's right. I'm not asking for anyone's apology too. If this video gets a bunch of negative comments, I don't care. I'm gonna leave it. I don't take stuff down because of negative comments. I take stuff down because I'm wrong and I believe that I'm stupid. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Yeah, I feel like that's it. I mean, Bobby Lee's a fucking freak. George Janko is clearly the fucking victim. I should have reached out to him or something. Looking back on that video I posted, it makes me feel gross. That's why I deleted it. I don't fucking like the video. I don't stand behind anything I said. Aside from a broken clock can be right twice a day, I still stand behind that shit every single day of the week, brother. Even if I'm wrong. But, yeah, no excuses, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And the new Fallout TV show opens up with a brief flashback to a pre-war birthday party occurring just moments before the bombs begin to fall. During this scene, we get a chance to overhear the following news report on a radio before the device is unceremoniously shut off by an annoyed guest. Negotiations were scheduled to continue today as the White House had no comment about the president's whereabouts. No comment on the president's whereabouts. Now, of course, we know that the president is in hiding, bunkered down for what he knows is about to happen. But this little broadcast begs the additional question, who exactly was that president?
Wait, you just
the last
auto ran a video, god damn it. That was not what I wanted. Oh my god. New security alert warns Americans overseas of potential attacks on LGBTQ. That sucks. I guess I'll listen to this one. I've been meaning to listen to this one for a while. Now, how are we doing here? I'm going to need to compress on both of these.
Disclaimer, please do not attack or harass anyone mentioned in this YouTube video. Thank you very much.
Bumbling idiot. Definition: an idiot who is horrible and bumbling.
Thank you very much, Urban Dictionary. I feel very educated now. I feel woke now, in fact. I'm going woke. The Tom Dark... Channel is officially going woke, especially after this video. What's up, party people, and welcome back to the Tom Dark Show. I am your host, Tom Dark. And this is a very special episode, okay? We've got some furry drama to talk about. Not just any furry drama, the Blue Wolf drama. The furry fandom is one of the largest online, with an estimated 1.4 to 2.8 million of them around the world. There have been a lot of furry influencers to take the spotlight, from pretty innocent people like Verplex to downright despicable individuals like Carol the Wolf. Blue Wolf, on the other hand, is one of the most popular furries on Twitter. They've garnered a lot of support from their followers for posting flyers like this, and for posting amazing, inspiring content just like this. And right now, they're getting themselves in a lot of hot water for apparently withholding thousands of dollars from a small business to then spend the money on, well, a lot of people are speculating on what they're spending the money on. Some people speculate fursuits, some say conventions, and some say scat stuff. So this will be a fun one. Once upon a time, there was a very, very hated, very controversial Twitter account called ValidEls. Don't even try looking for it now, it's been taken down for a while, but this account was very openly anti-trans, making a lot of tweets about anytime a trans person was miserable or done something dumb or been accused of something heinous, they compiled it and said some pretty crazy shit now and then. They definitely did, and they garnered a lot of followers for it. They were also one of the first big accounts to break the Giggly Goon Clown story, which I covered on my main channel a while ago and was probably one of the most horrific videos I've ever made in my life. So, you know, they definitely did some bad, undoubtedly, you know, probably cheering on people's death is a bad thing, but they also did some good, you know? So, I'm not beating the fence-sitting allegations today. Now, given that Blue Wolf is trans and a furry, and had been gaining a lot of followers at the time for posts like this one, these two people, ValidEls and Blue Wolf, were immediately at odds, okay? Opposite ends of the political spectrum. They're bound to collide at some point, and collide they did. So Blue Wolf got the account's attention in a tweet saying, "A child was..." And ValidEls thinks it's funny because they happen to be trans. And once Blue Wolf got their attention, Wolf was being circulated by certain Telegram group chats, which made it a point to dox Blue and mess with them, basically. Next target, they said, okay? There's some ops going on. Blue's personal information was officially under scrutiny, and at this point, there wasn't really any reason to believe they'd done something wrong apart from being like a cringe furry, right? But then ValidEls starts tweeting out these messages of Blue, allegedly being a weirdo. Here we have these messages that ValidEls tweeted out. Blue says hi, and then this other user, Emmy-chan, says hello. And then Blue asks to roleplay. Emmy-chan says they're bad at it. Blue asks how old they are, and Emmy-chan says they're 14. So basically, the tweet here is saying like, oh, look at these DMs, Blue is some kind of groomer, right? And this tweet got 4,000 likes. It was pretty popular. Now, at the time, there was no further confirmation that these are real or fake, but ValidEls followers were pretty quick to take it all as fact. And when people online believe someone is a predator, they tend to take further action to go after that person. Further action than you would take against the average influencer. If you hate a YouTuber for being cringe, you might leave a mean comment. If you think that person is a creep, that person might get doxxed. Blue had a tumultuous relationship with her father already, so people reached out to the father with these screenshots. And then we have this text of Blue's father saying, "I just received the following text. You're an adult. Stop it. You're going to end up in jail. I will not bail you out for this." I like imagining that like Blue Wolf's dad is like fucking Hank Hill and is just like reading this and like, what in tarnation am I getting myself into here?
Honey,
That was a good voice. That was a really good voice.
A glass of water.
My son is a fucking file.
I work for a living, and I mean real work, not writing down gobbledygook.
So Blue was being called a groomer, and Blue needed to respond, right? Which they did, showing that the screenshots being posted by Validels had been fabricated and then posted to slander them. This apparently got Blue cut off from their father because, Blue's dad believed the allegations were true. It's hard to imagine when you're a boomer that people would like fake screenshots online. It's not really something that they really understand, right? So they got cut off from their father. They suffered a loss of reputation to a certain extent because a bunch of people now believe that they were a predator. Unfortunately, whether or not you're able to disprove a false allegation,
thank you,
once it's
Tom
made,
Dark,
there
for
will
the
always
excellent
be some small number.
content for my stream. I've really started to really appreciate this channel, not because of his views, not because of his fucking attacks, and not because of his anti or whatever, not his views, right? I don't care about that stuff. That's all his business, not mine. I don't judge him on any of that stuff, but I learn a lot watching him. I learn a lot. He teaches me a lot of things. I don't know where I guess he's just been on the internet his whole life since he was 10 or something. So he's just in line with all the Twitter and all the stuff, and he tracks all of it. I never did that my whole life. I actually lived my life. But I mean, but he's teaching me a lot about how to be terminally online, I'd say, and understand what all the politics of that is and all that. And I'm learning. I never needed to know that until now. My life online was primarily MMORPGs. I actually sort of disliked being on YouTube and internet and websites and forums and stuff like that. I considered it sort of like a waste of time to not be in the real world chasing women, chasing drugs, working, taking care of your friends and family, that kind of thing. So like any internet time I would do right after I would finish like a 12-hour gaming session. And I would definitely watch Netflix through the whole thing, which is kind of like being terminally online. And you're MMORPGing the whole time, so you're terminally online. But when you're not doing that, you're like doing real life stuff. And this guy, I think I don't know if real life ever really entered into it, maybe.
People who deny the truth.
No, I mean, real life does probably enter into it for him a lot.
Continue to repost the fake allegation, and there are some people who will
because he's obviously in shape.
Just never be informed, and then they'll just continue to believe the false allegation is true.
The more I've noticed that the more active I am, like the better I am, and the less angry I am, and the less unhappy. The easier it is for me to not be sensitive and not go crazy and all this other stuff, I will say. And so I've been exercising quite a lot lately, and I've definitely lost some weight. It's been pretty good.
And then you're kind of like, no matter what, this happens. So
like it's weird because so like notice now, see, he says no matter what this happens, right? And he makes this social commentary like he's been on Reddit and fucking like X all his life, because he has. And I mean, I have never ever used those websites, not ever. And so that's why I watch him, is I'm like, God damn, I learn a lot about this stuff, because I could give a flying fuck about these internet fucking drama circles and all this. I don't care about all that, but I will say it's entertaining, and I learn about it because I fear that I'm about to be thrust into their fucking scene, and to not know the ins and outs of all their politics and stuff. If I ever have to go to a TwitchCon or something like that, I want to know who OTK is. I want to know who the Southern streamers are that are kind of like, sort of like who are like, who use the word like, for instance, my thing is they're totally fine till they use the word libtard in some sort of like, what's the word, derogatory or sort of like abrasive or sort of like like kind of sort of like make fun of way, because then at that point they've joined me at the lower level, and they actively dislike the other side, So, and I dislike it when they do that. I can do that because I don't care what someone thinks, and I don't care about their follows or their clout or whatever. So I'll just talk shit about anybody I don't like. I don't fucking care. And I think they do that too. But see, they do care about clout and money, and they talk shit to get clout and money. I talk shit when I'm really unhappy with whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? There's a big fucking difference. So I figure one day learning everything that he knows, or at least everything that he's willing to put on his videos, I figure it might help me later on to understand the ins and outs of the career that I chose. I doubt I'll ever be around these people. I don't know. I really do. I doubt I'll ever be around these people. Not him ever. Probably. I'm talking about like Twitch cons or gatherings or collaborations and stuff. I don't expect to be active in the scene. But I think if I expect to remain, I don't know what the word would be, pertinent for 50 years or something. Yeah, like another 50 years. I better know the ins and outs of the goddamn career that I chose, and he's helping me do that. So, you know, I've learned a lot. Thank you. Oops. God damn it, typing on these fucking comments is so annoying. So we bailed out of Rust because it was like reset, I think, and now it's probably reset, but I'm done with Rust, I think, for now. I wish to go to... Oh, wow, yes, yeah, so Fallout's got a 38 megabytes, so what else did you do? Yeah, okay, I read about this, I just haven't updated it. Okay, we'll update then. So this is Dwarf Fortress beta, but the patches of the bartering menus are complete. Hey, we are back with another Adventure Mode beta patch. We are back with another Adventure Mode beta patch, with the biggest addition being the bartering menus, pictured below. Tarn has also gone in and cleaned up the town so the stuff is properly displayed on tables instead of being all over the floor. Copper bow, llama wool tunic, bows and stuff, and all this. Okay. Added the trade, barter, demand, conversation menu. Sites without tables in their stockpile get emergency tables for the shops and that for now. So let's hear what they have to say about bartering menus, and let's see what it looks like. Well, no, I don't want to do that right now, but I do want to look at Dwarf Fortress bartering menus, because that might bring me back to Adventure Mode. So Blind did the update.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another one. One of those videos where I talk about updates on Dwarf Fortress coming from Toady1 and KitFox. In this video, we have an update on beta for Adventure Mode, and also a side little update about the beta for Adventure Mode. So, for those of you who've missed it up until now, Adventure Mode is available in the beta branch. You can go play.
Wait, I want to start it over. I'm sorry, I missed what he said. I was like,
in this video, we have an update on beta for Adventure Mode, and also a side little update about the beta for Adventure Mode. So, for those of you who've missed it up until now, Adventure Mode is available in the beta branch. You can go play it currently if you so choose. Keep in mind, it is an unfinished beta with features that are lacking, and it's not completed yet. However, this is an update of more portions being complete. On the screen right now, you can see instructions on how to get into the beta and play, and according to my research, Adventure Mode is no longer just in the public beta branch, it is also in the experimental branch. So if you're one of those stalwarts who was a version behind for the past 6 months because you've been sitting on the experimental branch, it's now up to date as well. So, congratulations. You finally caught up. Let's dive in. So KitFox writes,
God damn it, I didn't listen to him again. I'm sorry.
For those of you who've missed it up until now, Adventure Mode is available in the beta branch. You can go play it currently if you so choose. Keep in mind, it is an unfinished beta with features that are lacking, and it's not completed yet. However, this is an update of more portions being complete. On the screen right now, you can see instructions on how to get into the beta and play, and according to my research, Adventure Mode is no longer just in the public beta branch, it is also in the experimental branch. So if you're one of those stalwarts who was a version behind for the past 6 months because you've been sitting on the experimental branch, it's now up to date as well. So, congratulations. You finally caught up. Let's dive in. So KitFox writes, "Hey Yurists, we're back with another Adventure Mode beta patch, with the biggest addition being the bartering menus. Tarn has also gone in and cleaned up the towns so that stuff is properly displayed on tables instead of being all over the floor. This has a side effect, which I'll dive into in a second. So this is their attached screenshot. This is the bartering screen. Now this screen leaves some things to be desired. The bartering system in Adventure Mode is much more like an actual bartering system instead of just giving you prices. In Fortress Mode, you select a bunch of items, and then it gives you the value of them, assuming you have a broker set up, and then you select what you would like to buy. It tells you approximately whether or not they'll say yes or no. If it's yellow, there's a chance they'll say yes. If it's green, they'll say yes. If it's not either of those colors, then they get mad at you and won't trade. Adventure Mode trading, which I'll try and make a tutorial for at some point, is much more trial and error than that. While coins can be used to trade, they're completely worthless if you're in the wrong civilization. So if you're going to go steal a bunch of coins from some unsuspecting travelers and then try and use those to purchase an item at a local trade shop, they might not even accept it. So your better bet is to just simply offer items until you get a trade that they accept. I've tried to do a little bit of messing around with it, and I don't know if you can make the actual values of your items appear next to the items. I've never managed to do it, even with having a pretty damn good appraisal skill as my adventurer. So it's either a UI oversight or just not a feature in the game right now. So it becomes very much trial and error. Granted, I don't think it's possible for you to actually annoy them to the point where they stop trading you in the, with you in this screen, unlike in Fortress Mode, where if you click the button too many times, they'll just be like, bah, to hell with it, and leave. So there is that as a benefit. I personally would really like a little bit of extra text up in the top level of the screen where it would tell you if you need to offer more or offer less, and give me a little bit more information on how much more I need to offer. So far, I've used the system to successfully trade my crappy, worn-out socks and shoes for less crappy, less worn-out socks and shoes from other people in a village. I've also managed to use it to purchase food, and as well as use it to purchase a night's rest in a tavern. Now, the problem with purchasing a night's rest in the tavern is the tavern keeper doesn't seem to actually take your money, and then also I wasn't able to successfully give the tavern keeper money, or anything for that matter. He just wouldn't take it. He would ask if I was giving him a gift. So there's still some oddities for shopkeepers. However, I do think that the system is a nice piece of menu. It just needs a little bit of refining. Moving on to the actual patch notes here, we have, it's of course beta 51.01, beta 14, so this is the 14th variant of it. The first one I had access to was the 7th, so the vast majority of the major crashes that I was running into initially have all been fixed at this point, so I do have to say that that is a very good, stable place for it to be right now. However, it is still lacking in features, but that is what they are working on. So they have added the barter and trade screen and the demand screen in the conversation menu. I should also note about the demand screen. This does mean that you can now demand somebody gives you their sword if you have good intimidation skills. Mid-combat, they might just give you their sword, and that's kind of hilarious. Sites without tables in their stockpile get emergency tables for their shops now. So what this means is during World Gen, the game has, air quotes, production. During production, in World Gen, items are produced and distributed to locations. New locations don't always get those items distributed to them, and some locations have issues like, let's just say, wars or necromancer towers, which disrupt those trade routes during World Gen, and then they don't get furniture distributed. This would lead to a lot of empty houses and places with just nothing in them. Of course, this may still happen in abandoned areas, but for areas that have populations in them, they just get tables now. So if you walk into a house in a town in Adventure Mode, you will see furniture guaranteed instead of just people sleeping on dirt floors, which is a really nice little change. And then this change, which had some unintended outcomes, which is the printed tabletop items on tables and stopped many other building items from printing on top of creatures. This is important, because now your graves in Fortress Mode are guaranteed to no longer, hopefully, have skeletons on top of them, even though they're technically inside of them. I noticed this while playing Fort Mode yesterday. As well as also, dwarves now put their food on tables, and you can see it on top of the tables, instead of having to click the tables and see the invisible sprite. So it's just more sprites appearing and more interactions being visible, which I think is really cool. This also has worked for books in my brief experience of staring at my one little library with one book in it, so things appearing on book tables are A+ from me. The next thing here is sound off init option should work in adventure mode now. This is for old school people who used to edit the game files to change the settings, to turn sound on and off and such, so basically reactivating an old setting. Adventurers are no longer unaware of their own name. I don't actually know what this does. I'm assuming it's something to do with the conversation menu. If anybody has any explainers on what this means, could you leave that down in the comments section, along with this Linux crash, which I'll get to in a second. Adventurers should no longer be sprinting and walking forever when retired into a fort, which makes me really sad because I had an undead adventurer who was sprinting and he just moved at full clip 24/7 and it was just hysterical. I do understand why this is patched because it is a pretty egregious bug, but man, that was a fun afternoon. The next one is fixes Linux crash on the trainer menu again. If anybody who uses Linux could elaborate on that one, that'd be great. I don't use Linux, so I have no idea what that crash even was. And then the next thing is it makes liquids and powders not spill out of containers on unretires. So this one is huge. So for many of you, a lot of people refuse to retire and unretire forts. And the reason for this is when you retire a fort, it can disrupt portions of your fortress. It can change water tables and liquid levels, meaning volcanoes can overflow, lakes can flood, rivers can overflow, waterfalls can cause calamities, and all of that lovely jazz. Now, the issue with unretiring a fortress, aside from the liquids being crazy, is your barrels and bags all immediately spill out. So the dwarves have to go reproduce all of your alcohol and reproduce all of your sand, all of your any kind of gathered powders like flour that end up in bags. It also can sometimes destroy the containers alongside of them. So this is a rather annoying outcome when you make a new fortress and then retire it after a couple of years and then reclaim it and then immediately have to repair a whole bunch of things. I'm actually going to be retiring and unretiring my main fortress Fire Orb today, so I'll be seeing exactly how much this has actually changed and how much better this system is. Fingers crossed it's as good as it sounds because, man, that would be real nice to not have to worry about, things just pouring everywhere. That sounds great. All in all, this is solid progress. Of course, that's what it is, progress. Even after this patch, in many ways, adventure mode isn't really ready for public consumption. However, this is another system that you can play around with. Goblins are still perfectly playable because they don't need to eat or drink, and as long as you're playing in the summertime, scrounging for food from random fruits and vegetables that grow in the wild is perfectly doable. It's just a little bit clunky still, because you can't butcher animals, which is your guaranteed food source for all creatures in the winter. And now it's actually a little bit harder in some ways to get food. Although there's still no repercussions for just walking into somebody's house and just taking food from them. So it's not what I would describe as punishment for stealing, because all that really happens still is you can't sleep in towns because guards don't come and kill you. But it is absolutely a step in that direction. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you would like to see some adventure mode, I should be streaming some today, or at the very least playing some fortress mode by the time you tune in if you watched this today.
That was very good. I enjoyed it. My God, YouTube is bad now. It can't even scroll bar. Here's Why Starbound Failed by RoboCast.
In 2016, Chucklefish Studios released a game that was supposed to change gaming.
Thank you, RoboCast. I've lightened sub to your channel.
Forever. Starbound. Starbound was hailed as the next Terraria and was celebrated for being the first truly endless adventure game. Fast forward to present day, and the game is abandoned, with the company being hated by fans. What went wrong, and how did Starbound have such a large fall from grace? Well, as always, to tell this story, we need to start at the beginning with the founding of a company called Chucklefish. Chucklefish Studios was founded in mid-2011 by a guy named Finn Bryce. He had nothing but a small group of developers and a dream. a dream to make a game beyond what anyone had seen before, a space RPG where players can explore an infinitely large universe and build their 2D empires. Chucklefish planned to call this game Starbound. After publishing a few indie games to get experience in the industry, they began dedicating time to fleshing out Starbound's mechanics, world, and gameplay. As progress was made, they knew they had something groundbreaking on their hands, but there was a problem. They were running out of money. Despite the revenue they gained from publishing their first game called Wanderlust, and their use of unpaid volunteers to the Starbound project, the game would still bankrupt the studio long before it was released. The solution? A Kickstarter campaign. If Starbound was truly worth making, people would be willing to help fund its development. So they launched a Kickstarter campaign on their storefront in April of 2013. Backers were promised things like access to the beta, an NPC named after themselves, and getting their name in the credits. People willing to drop $1,000 could even design their own weapon to be put in the game. And fans fell in love with the concept of Starbound instantly. Within one day, the campaign had raised over $230,000. It's easy to see why. Early descriptions of the game made it sound like Game of the Year material. It was a sandbox universe with infinite planets, all procedurally generated. Every single one of these planets was supposed to be fleshed out and interesting. As stated directly by Chucklefish, each planet is entirely unique too. This is no half effort. Not only is the terrain different, but also the weather, the gravity, the difficulty level, the plant life, the behavior, and the appearance of alien creatures. This feature alone would be a monumental accomplishment and meant that the game had nearly endless content and complexity. You could land on a planet that had peaceful inhabitants, but dangerous weather, and a different planet where the challenge was dealing with the heavy gravity. Anything was possible. However, this wasn't all that Starbound had to offer. There would also be a story mode and side quests. You'd be able to build your own space colonies and claim planets of your own. The game also had full multiplayer. What fans were being promised wasn't just good. It had the potential to be like Terraria and become one of the best indie games ever made. The support Starbound got didn't just come from its promised features, but also its connections. Finn Bryce, Chucklefish's founder, had also worked on Terraria. Everything from the art style to the basic gameplay led many players to essentially see the project as Terraria 2 Space Edition. This benefited Starbound as it tied an unknown franchise to one of the most popular and beloved sandbox games ever made. It was also really good timing, because around the same time, Terraria was going through a rocky period. In fact, disgruntled players were worried that the game was on the brink of death, and Starbound was touted as the next big thing. This combination of factors made Chucklefish quickly realize that Starbound was a hype-generating machine. By May of that same year, they had earned over $1 million on their Kickstarter and had reached their stretch goals. It was an overwhelming success, and reaching their stretch goals meant that they'd promised even more features. A whole new race, a pet system, and fossils. What was already an ambitious project had only grown in scale, and thousands of people had given the company their money and had high expectations. The stakes for Chucklefish's first ever game were undeniably high. With all eyes on them, the dev team put their heads down and began working. And on December 4th, Chucklefish released the beta, and reactions were mixed to say the least. A very loud and vocal portion of the fanbase was incredibly happy. The game was rough around the edges, but it had a ton of potential. The random planet and enemy generation meant endless replayability, the story showed potential, and the art was charming. While there were issues, the heart of the game was there. Fans figured that the Starbound they were promised would soon come. This was only the beta after all. Frankly, with Kickstarter games, the bar is pretty low. The fact that the beta was released at all made many hopeful, but not all fans were optimistic. In fact, many had felt like they'd been scammed. The original Kickstarter page had promised that a beta would be released no matter what in 2013, and that the full game would follow the next year. But what Chucklefish had released didn't feel like a beta. It was far too underdeveloped for that. It also certainly didn't feel like a game that was ready to be released in a year. Most of the promised features weren't implemented, and the ones that were had game-breaking problems. The generated enemies were too samey, the game's difficulty was insanely broken, and progress was painful and slow. Building space colonies was a fun thought, but completely impractical. Everything you needed was in your ship, so there was no reason to waste time trying to build elaborate bases on other planets. Doing so would waste precious resources and most likely result in you getting killed. The story mode had potential but was unfinished. Even the basic stuff was broken. The controls were clunky and combat felt horrible. How can your game be ready to release in a year if you haven't even nailed the controls? To some backers, this was all evidence that what Chucklefish had released wasn't a beta. It was more closer to an alpha or early proof of concept. And this was basically confirmed in a Q&A held on the Starbound subreddit, where Bryce admitted, honestly, what you're playing right now feels like more of a tech demo. It seemed like Chucklefish had oversold how far along they were in development, and rather than being honest, they'd thrown out this mess of a beta to avoid backlash. Things did start to cool down, however, as the beta received steady updates. The devs were responsive to the community, and it seemed like they were back on track. However, there was another burst of outrage after Chucklefish did something sneaky. They changed the game's release date without telling anyone. The full game would come out in 2015 rather than 2014. The original timeline told backers that the beta would be released in 2013 and the full game would be released the following year. These promises made it seem like backers wouldn't have to wait long for the project. Most importantly, it gave the project credibility, and the quick timeline meant that the game was unlikely to get stuck in development hell. The perception that Starbound was a low-risk investment contributed to how quickly it was able to raise money. When Chucklefish started walking back release dates, many were concerned. The fact that they pushed back the date without any communication or explanation made the release of Starbound seem a lot less certain. Many of the game's original supporters were starting to see this project as a sinking ship. The beta was an unfinished tech demo, developers were going back on their promises, and it was starting to look like the original vision for Starbound was too good to be true. This culminated in a rush of fans asking for refunds on their pre-orders. Rather than respecting that these fans felt legitimately betrayed and misled by Chucklefish's actions, the company responded by flat-out rejecting attempts for refunds. On July 21st, 2014, a former fan posted on Reddit to expose Chucklefish for ghosting him when he attempted to get a refund, and, well, all hell broke loose. With over 1,200 upvotes on this post, the community was extremely upset, causing more people to request refunds for the game. This drama led some people to stop supporting the game entirely and to openly call it a scam. But even with the brief chaos, there was still a big group of people who had hope and trusted the devs to get things back on track. Moving into 2015, progress slowed to a crawl. The game's release was postponed again, and developer updates were few and far between. Chucklefish was also bogged down by internal issues. Throughout development, the company was a revolving door of people leaving and joining. The designers, programmers, etc. were constantly being replaced. The game received 3 more major updates, but it was still far from matching what was originally promised. The drawn-out development cycle and pure incompetence of the dev team killed off much of the hype that was surrounding the game. The subreddit became a ghost zone, and Starbound went from being one of the most hyped games around to being forgotten. Chucklefish's reputation was also severely damaged. The team went from being seen as passionate trailblazers to irresponsible scammers. More and more people saw the release of the beta as a dishonest way to get more money out of backers. And it didn't help that since the start of Starbound's development cycle, Chucklefish had published 3 additional games rather than focusing solely on their unfinished project. The company claimed that publishing didn't take resources from development, but the fact is, the studio was given $1 million and was 2 years late on delivering the product they promised. Chucklefish could make all of the excuses they want, but until they actually released the game, more and more people would consider them as scammers. On July 10th, 2016, Chucklefish announced that Starbound would be released on the 22nd. Fans rejoiced. In a couple weeks, the doubters would be proven wrong. Players were about to experience the best adventure game ever made. The hype had returned. When Starbound was released, it peaked at 62,000 players, a large number for such a small indie game that had already pissed off quite a few people. There was hope for the future. Well, that is, if the game was actually good. By September, the player count had already plummeted to around 6,000 players. To put things into perspective, Terraria, the 13-year-old game Starbound was supposed to be better than in every way, is still averaging 20,000 players as of right now. Terraria is currently 3 times more popular than Starbound was weeks after its release. Why is that? Well, the Starbound release wasn't just disappointing, it was disastrous. The game was just bad, and the problem began all the way back in the beta. When Chucklefish transitioned Starbound from the beta to the final version, they made the baffling decision to remove a ton of content. Everything from futuristic tech to boss fights and detailed temperature mechanics were taken out of the final version. Many fans complained that the final game was actually a downgrade from the beta, which, if you recall, was already getting some hate. This decision might have been defensible if it led to the game being more polished, but upon release, Starbound was still a mess. The difficulty and pacing were horrible. Dying was unavoidable and incredibly punishing. Building or crafting anything required so many resources that are incredibly spread out. Getting the materials and blueprints to so much as make a chair is a multi-hour extravaganza. Combat had been clunky and boring since the beta, and despite multiple attempts to revamp it, it hadn't really improved. There were plenty of flashy and cool weapons, but they weren't fun to use. Adding to the sense of tediousness is the planet's generation. Starbound players had to learn the same lesson No Man's Sky players did. Procedurally generated planets tend to be incredibly boring. When environments are slapped together by an algorithm, you're sacrificing the depth and polish that comes with intentional design. The devs seemed to value quantity over quality. There were lots of resources to collect, planets to find, and activities to do, but none of these experiences were actually valuable or fun. Exploring in Starbound was limitless, but there was no reason to actually want to explore the world. Even the story was a shallow shell of what it should have been. By release, it had been reduced to being a generic and typical sci-fi story. The NPCs are uninteresting and irrelevant, and there were no complex or engaging interactions with the people that you meet on your travels. Starbound's world didn't feel alive, and across the board, it was just lame. Starbound was an instant stain on Chucklefish's reputation. At best, the company proved to be incompetent and lazy, and at worst, the studio seemed to be actively scamming people. But things would soon get much worse for the aspiring publisher, and Starbound would become the least of their worries. In 2019, Chucklefish took another hit when they were exposed for exploiting young volunteers. Former developers who worked on Starbound alleged that they'd put hundreds of hours into the game for free. Chucklefish's founder, Bryce, would intentionally play favorites and manipulate these young devs to convince them to continue to work. These volunteers were as young as 16 years old, so it was easy for Bryce to normalize toxic expectations. And he wasn't just allegedly manipulative, but also verbally abusive. One musician tweeted, "I almost did the audio and music for Starbound until Bryce told me that this was going to be unpaid. He revealed that none of the artists or coders were getting paid either, and I said that didn't seem right to me. He just exploded at me after that. He launched into this foul-mouthed screed about how entitled I was and that he would just do the music himself because I was probably bad at my job anyway." Undertale developer Toby Fox actually went on record to give credibility to the allegations. "Actually, I composed about an hour of WIP music that ended up being completely scrapped because I wasn't in the IRC channel enough. I left after that." Chucklefish responded with a standard PR statement that didn't actually apologize or meaningfully address the allegations. The backlash to the situation was so bad that it actually caused the developers of Stardew Valley, who was published by Chucklefish at the time, to cut ties. And this is a huge deal in the indie game space. To have Toby Fox, the developer of one of the most successful indie games ever made, and Concerned Ape, who made one of the most beloved and wholesome games ever made, negatively commenting on your company's behavior is like getting shot in the kneecap. And Chucklefish fell off the radar almost as quickly as they'd popped up. This controversy was the killing blow for Starbound. Chucklefish has tried its best to move on from its failures and has continued developing and publishing new games. But Starbound hadn't received an update since 2019, and its player count has dwindled. Chucklefish has continued to publish games, though it hasn't shaken off its bad reputation. What began as a promising vision for an ambitious space exploration game ultimately unraveled due to a combination of mismanagement, broken promises, and gameplay issues. So what do you think? Did you play Starbound? Did you think the game was fun, or was it lacking in the ways that we discussed in this video? What are your thoughts on the modern day Starbound situation? Let me know your thoughts on these in the comments, and I will see you guys next time. And also, I just want to mention that I have another channel on YouTube now called Solace, where I simply sit down, play some Minecraft, and talk about what we're going through in life. It's just some casual conversations about things like how to make more friends, how to meet more people, how to get out of your comfort zone, and how to be the best version of yourself. And if you like those types of topics and are interested in checking it out, I will put a link in the description below. It's a really fun channel, and I'm uploading twice a week on there, so definitely check that out if you're interested. Peace.
The four main factions of Fallout 4 are all pretty dumb. The Institute is evil for the sake of being evil, the Brotherhood of Steel is led by a moron, The Railroad is willing to kill humans to save walking computers, and the Minutemen expect one person to single-handedly rebuild and organize an army from nothing.
Alright, that's all for now.
The Institute is a faction of reclusive scientists living under the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, a group of introverted nerds who hate going outside. They're just like me for real. The Fallout Wiki describes them as a technocratic scientific cabal. Technocrats are a group or government looking to control society or industry with elite technical expertise. We can see this in Fallout 4 very clearly, as the Institute wants to use synthetic humans to manipulate and control the above wasteland. The Institute doesn't make decisions based on emotion or popularity.
I'm where I'm supposed
they make
to be, yeah.
decisions based on science, running experiments, analyzing data and potential outcomes, and making decisions
is this
on
the,
what the analysis and experiments.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. Yeah. Thank you, Not Lahar, for the excellent content from his channel. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Right, wrong, irrelevant.
The Institute is clearly run this way, but rarely considers justice or fairness when making decisions. They would easily make the decision to kill 50 people if it meant improving the quality of life for 10 people within the Institute.
Broken mask?
This was long before I'd moved to town, but apparently some gentleman type shows up in Diamond City, heads down to Power Noodles. Guess he didn't like the food because he pulled his pistol and opened fire on the folks enjoying theirs. When security finally put enough holes in him to drop him, they say servos and sprockets. Like yours truly.
A perfect example of this is the Institute's involvement in the attempt to create the Commonwealth Provisional Government, in collaboration with the Commonwealth Minutemen, who wanted to bring together representatives from nearby settlements to organise the details of this new government.
I need your help, Sean. It's rough up there, to say the least.
Oh, we've tried that. Surprised? The Institute once tried to help create a stabilized Commonwealth government. It ended in bickering, infighting. It was a disaster. No. We look after our own now.
According to law, the Institute was involved in this process for 4 years, but all parties could not agree and there was constant political infighting. The Institute, seemingly giving up on this government, sent a synth to the talks who killed every single person there, and the event was named the Massacre of the CPG.
Massacre of the CPG? What's that?
The Commonwealth Provisional Government. Years back, a group of settlements tried to get together and form a coalition. Every settlement with even a hint of clout sent representatives to try and hash out an agreement. Only the Institute sent a representative of their own, a synth. The man killed every rep at the talks. The Commonwealth Provisional Government was over before it even got off the ground.
The Institute sees the people of the wasteland as inferior and wouldn't hesitate to oppress them for the benefit of their own separate society underground.
What harm has the Institute actually done to people?
Starting with ancient history, they tried to take over the Commonwealth. Came a hair away from succeeding with their synth army, so there's that. But in the what have you done for me lately category? Kidnappings. Wiped out a settlement or two and nasty bioengineering experiments. Diseases, FEV, the usual.
The Massacre of the CPG is a clear statement from the Institute that they do not trust that the average settlement leader and Minutemen are competent enough to create the future they want for humanity. They are willing to exercise extreme military force to achieve what they want for the future, and this brute force and extremist nature of the Institute makes them very difficult to support. The Institute seemingly has no interest in social justice at all, and their morals seem to be advanced technology at all costs. They will make people suffer in pursuit of technological advancement to improve the lives of the few at the cost of the many.
You have made your choice. From this point on, you are an enemy of the Institute. Should you cross us, we will kill you.
The Institute is led by a single person with absolute power. In the case of Fallout 4, the current leader is Father or Sean. The leader of a technocratic group is meant to be decided on who has the most technical and scientific knowledge. The Institute doesn't work like that. You as the player are made the leader of the Institute completely regardless of your intelligence. You're given the leadership because of nepotism. Your son gives you the role because you are his only remaining family. This isn't a popular decision, to be expected, as most of the scientists are bewildered and would much rather the leadership be given to someone more in line with technocratic values, someone who has actually shown great technical expertise. One goes as far to rebel against you by locking off their department and potentially even fighting you in the House Divided quest. So clearly, not everyone in the Institute is okay with nepotism.
I am naming my father as my successor.
Oh, boy. You can't be serious!
Really?
How can you possibly justify this? He isn't one of us. He isn't even a scientist.
All manual labour within the Institute is carried out by their synths, which, if you consider synths to be worthy of rights, is slavery. The Institute mostly doesn't even try to consider that their artificially intelligent synthetic humans could be capable of real emotion and self-awareness, despite explicit evidence in the game that they do show signs of both. It's also made clear in the game that synths are almost indistinguishable from humans.
If the synths are intelligent and self-aware, then they have a right to free will.
However closely they may approximate human behavior, they are still our creations.
On the other hand, the fact that synths can be completely deactivated with a simple code and don't age is evidence that they are just machines, but I think the lack of understanding from the Institute about why synths are trying to escape is weird. Even if the synths' emotions and free will are artificial and simulated, the Institute could and should do more to try to understand their synths.
C-247 initialize factory reset. Authorization code Zeta 53 Kilo.
How did you?
Their creations seem to have surpassed the scientists' own understanding of them, making them extremely dangerous. Synths are artificially intelligent machines that will, and probably already have, surpassed organic life, and if they can't be controlled, it's going to be extremely dangerous, and it's very clear that the Institute can't control them. If they're trying to escape now, how long until there are too many synths out in the wasteland that turn against the Institute and possibly even turn against all organic humans in general?
Not long. 100 years. About 100 years is the answer.
Like, genuinely, what is the point of it?
About 100
They
years
should
and
be
the synths
focusing
go
their efforts on
feral.
making things that would actually help, like anti-radiation technology, construction tools, water purifiers, basically anything apart from synthetic humans. Just why?
At that time, the year 2227, the Institute had made great strides in synth production, but it was never enough. Scientific curiosity and the goal of perfection drove them ever onward. What they wanted was the perfect machine. So they followed the best example thus far. The human being. Walking, talking, fully articulate, capable of anything.
Human synths? Really?
Human-like synths. A great distinction.
Sounds like a waste of time to me. You should create something more useful.
It's just my opinion, of course. But I don't believe that every discovery needs to be useful. Sometimes we innovate for no other reason than to learn what's possible.
Another issue with the Institute is the secrecy in which they operate. It actively tries to hide its existence and acts as a shadow organization trying to influence the world above it with the goal of nobody ever knowing that it exists. This obviously creates conspiracy and mistrust of the Institute for those that do know that it exists. Why would you support a group if you don't know what their real intentions and motivations are? Most people wouldn't, so I don't think the Institute could ever really be successful without being more open about what they are doing or why they're doing it. They can't control the masses of the wasteland forever without some level of support from those that they seek to control. The Institute believes that the answer to that problem is using synthetic humans. If they can successfully integrate
AI will
large
fix it
amount of
all.
Institute-controlled synthetics into society, they could very easily use the simps to influence people's opinions of the Institute. And
Every
for those
time
who
he
rebel
says
against it, use
simps,
the
I think he's
simps to
saying
get rid of those
simps, and,
people
I keep thinking that he's saying
and then
they're
replace
using the
them
simps.
with
They're using the simps.
controlled simp.
And I'm like, simps?
If that wasn't bad enough, many of these
Like-
people weren't just simply murdered. They were taken and used for Institute experiments with
He
EvE
doesn't
virus,
totally pronunciate
turning those
words.
people into
It's
mutants,
actually sort of
almost
bothering
certainly
me.
without their consent.
And also it's there's something in this video that's happening that I gotta say I'm gonna be a hypocrite about. He's using White Bat audio like it's the driving force behind the video. And I actually do consider that to be plagiarism. There's a difference between putting on White Bat audio when you're playing like Fallout 76, which is what I'm going to do here instead of listen to this guy, right? I'm going to go to White Bat audio. Yeah, is that it? No, that's not. It's like, where's White Bat audio? It's like, White Bat audio, White Bat audio, White Bat audio, White Bat audio. This isn't it. It's like, I can't remember which one this is. It's not Synth Pop 80s. It's like... There. Is that it? Yeah. Is that it? Yeah, that is it. So, okay. So, this whole video is so good. It's like 5 hours long, and it's fucking amazing. Ultimate 80s Synthwave playlist is like one of the best videos on the internet. I think it's definitely got 1 million views, which for music is really good. I mean, as for like for a non-musician, just a DJ or something like that isn't like touring and shit like that, 1 million views is super fucking good. So, but anyways, I think he was kind of using the Ultimate 80s Synthwave playlist as his driving force behind the video, and I think there is a degree of plagiarism in that, because at that point the best thing about the video is White Bat audio, not because the content wasn't great, but it's just that the music was better than he was. So it was hard for me to listen to him because, like, you know, because the music stands out and I'm like, oh, I love this music, it's so good, and I can't focus to him. And then I was like, I feel like this guy is riding off the synthwave playlist, and he's obviously has good taste like me, but I don't think I would ever put White Bat audio in any of my videos, I don't think, because it's too good. It's music that, while it is royalty free, it's too good to be royalty free. So, and I struggle with it, and I hear him living off that synthwave playlist, and I'm wondering that if his 400,000 follows are subs, likes, I mean, his 400,000 subs, right? His 400,000 subs are like someone else's work, and I'm sorry, but it gives off not a plagiarism vibe, but just biter. It gives off a biter vibe. I think that's the word on the streets for this. It's like when you it's not it, you know, like you know who was a biter? Was Vanilla Ice in the 80s, because he ripped off Pressure by David Bowie and Queen. And he didn't change the fucking bass line well enough, and he got sued for that really badly and lost too. And that music, it was good, and that song was good, and the people loved it or whatever. And I feel sorry for him that it happened. But he was a biter. He bit on, or whatever you want to fucking call it. He bit on. It was Queen. He just took Queen like 10 years after they recorded the song, and he just took the same fucking bass line that Queen had, and it just played it again. And so imagine if, say, 10 years from, or like 5 years from now, you hear Ocean Eyes by Billie Eilish, but it's got like a deeper beat and there's a rapper over it. but it's like her singing the chorus line, and that rapper gets famous, and they call this dub, but it's still biting a little bit. You need to like, just like when you're a streamer or a content creator, you must put a spin on the content, otherwise it is copyright infringement. You must be commenting on it, or you must be listening to it and being seen listening to it before you comment on it, and you must put your own spin on it. And if it's music, you must have an instrument or sing or add to it or chop or screw it or something. You can't just full-blown deliver someone else's work. Now that guy, I have no issue with that guy, and I did not take the follow or the sub away from him when I left, and I'll probably watch more of his videos, honestly. I just didn't want to finish that video, because while the music that he used is cool and beautiful music and it's royalty free, it's still biting on white bad audio, though. It's still sort of biting on him to just take the fucking 6 or 7 best tracks and just play them through your whole synth. And I think there's a synth wave vibe going there. And I get what he was after, which is why I didn't take the like or the follow or the follow and the sub like sub away from him. I just, I treated him with respect. I didn't diss him or like leave this. I mean, I left the video, but I didn't diss him as a creator, because I don't care that he did what he did. I'm saying I personally find it tacky. I don't care that he did it. Royalty free says royalty free, bitch. Like, I have no moral fucking complaint with him, honestly. I really have no moral with him. I say I find it personally tacky when they act like biters like that. And I wish they would be a little bit more original, because the kid was fucking talented. He was making me laugh and all that stuff. But I began to realize that I was in such a good mood because the music that he was playing just puts me in a good mood. It always has. And I realized I was laughing and I was in a good mood suddenly. And I'm like, why is this? Because the kid's not that special. He sounds like everybody else, like everybody else on the internet, right? And all the other Fallout people that like to do Fallout lore, which is which is an interest of mine. That is an interest of mine, definitely. And so, yeah, and so I realized that I would rather just go listen to White Bad Audio than listen to his video, because at that point I realized that I'm giggling and smiling and laughing at dumb jokes that aren't even that funny, because the music made me so happy that my mood immediately changed. And now notice, all of that was stuff that makes him a good creator, so I didn't take the like sub away from him, and he didn't rip anybody off either. So I say nothing negative about it, except that I myself find it tacky when they act like a biter like that, right? And it sucks because coming up in like the punker scene or the rap scene and stuff, like coming up in the Denver punk scene, we had the Flowbots, and trust me, every fucking punk band in the city were biters on the Flowbots. If you guys remember, I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars, and I can end the world in a Holocaust and all that stuff, right? And I just would not let my band do that. Like, and we were older too. We were like older than them. We were like 7 years older than them or something like that. But like fucking like, I would not let my band even remotely bite them. There was, I mean, like, and they liked that band too. But like not just my band, but there was other punker bands in the scene that we were like kind of talking about. Like, motherfucker, if those motherfuckers are on the radio, don't be emulating them. And I know it sounds like loser talk, but I mean, like, make that dynamite fucking good ass music like Flowbots made. I'm not, just like Madness or something like that. They were so good. But, and that's a Denver band, which is how I know them. I've met them and talked to them and played a show with them and stuff. But, because they were a garage band like us when they started, and like, and I knew them before they blew up, and then they blew up, and like, there was a couple other bands in like the Churchills and stuff like this that came out of Denver that blew up like that. I think the String Cheese Incident came out of Denver, and definitely oh god, what is it? It's like I forget the name of the hippie band. There's a hippie band, 16 Horsepower came out of there, I think. And Bare Naked, or no, I think Bare Naked Ladies was from Canada, I think, actually, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so Denver bands and stuff, and my thing is that the music is what was making me feel that way. It wasn't the kid. So, you know, and so I realized immediately that it's tacky for me to continue to like that video when really I just like the music that he's using. I didn't actually like the content that much. I liked the jokes. I thought they were funny, but the only thing that opened me up to that kind of laughter and happiness and stuff was the music. So here we go. Ah! No, no. Stop, stop, stop. No. Aw, stop. Just stop. I hate their front ends. Their front ends are such garbage. All of them. Every single one. Damn it. I can't put the gun down. What? Pull out the right weapon, please. Come on, man, there. Oh, it was you? You were why. I was like, why am I getting hurt so bad? It was him. He was like behind that rock just posing me and I didn't know it. Oh, damn it. Oh. The fucking mouse keeps going off the screen. When did, oh, boil water, yeah. So, but you can sell, oh no, I'm eating that stuff. Why are you doing that? No, I thought I was selling it. Oh, it's alright. Oh, I forgot to sell all that. Damn it.
Began calling for Valid Else to be deplatformed for the Blue thing, and for a number of other complaints being made. Blue decided to release a video responding to the situation where Blue said this.
Over the past 48 hours, I've been doxxed, harassed, my parents have been harassed. It's been an awful situation. There's also a lot of private stuff that happened behind the scenes that I am not going to get into right now for legal reasons.
I'm not sure what the private stuff was that happened or why it warrants the FBI getting involved, but for the time being, Blue was taken at their word, and given the injustice that had been done to them, I think that's totally fair. You know, they were definitely with Valid Else, definitely slandered them, and that's dumb.
Most of you are probably aware of the situation. If you aren't, though, I'll do a quick little recap here. Basically, an account named Valid Else made a post on me talking about how I was grooming minors or whatever. It was a fake screenshot. There's tons of proof here. It's been confirmed by the chat itself that they're just doing it to f with me. This led into tons of harassment from them, just post after post, them targeting me, trying to destroy my reputation, trying to hurt me, trying to get me doxxed, trying all this stuff.
And I definitely believe this was happening. For some reason, Valid Else was so hell-bent on taking them down that they were willing to post fake screenshots. And when you believe that someone belongs to one of the most depraved groups of people out there, files, right? People are willing to go to the extra mile to make sure you get what's coming to you. Of course, in this case, Blue was innocent of these particular allegations.
I want to put a bow tie on this situation, and I want to talk about trolling and trolls and just harassment in general. Of course, these type of people are just bullies, basically. They don't care, and they can't be canceled, and they're going to keep doing this no matter what, because they're truly terrible people. At the end of the day, what we need to do is ignore these people until they cross a line, until they start doxing someone or harassing them, because that's a crime, and they can go to prison for that.
And this is the part in Blue's video where the trouble begins. It's a common misconception that doxing is a crime. It's not. Technically, there's nothing illegal about finding someone's personal information like their address or their phone number and posting it online. Like, that's technically not illegal. Is it wrong to do it to an innocent person? Of course, and you should never do that. You should respect people's anonymity if that's what they want. What is illegal is if you take that dox and then like harass them in person or call a SWAT team on them or commit a violent act. And it is also a crime if you like take someone's dox, you post it, and you're like, hey, go do this illegal thing to this person with this information I'm giving out, right? That is illegal. But doxing itself, just the process of gathering publicly available info, is not illegal. And that's why websites that host doxes are able to operate on the internet without being taken down by law enforcement. Technically, sending someone a mean message also is not illegal, and it's protected by the First Amendment. And laws like this are why someone like Sniper Wolf was not held legally liable for posting an image of Jack Storm's home on her Instagram story. She didn't hack his accounts to get that information, she just probably just looked it up. That being said, platforms like Twitter and YouTube do have explicit rules against doxing, and if someone posts your personal information on one of those sites, you have every right to go report them and probably get their account taken down if they're doing that to you. Now this begs the question of where to go from here, right? At the time, a lot of people were reporting ValidL's Twitter account, but it wasn't being taken down. So Blue had a few options. The first option is to deal with the misinformation, to try to combat the misinfo posted about them and report anyone doing anything actually illegal to law enforcement, and then move on. Ultimately, ValidL's likes the attention they were getting from this, and whoever was running that account didn't really care about the reputational hit from posting misinformation, and neither did the audience. So as a result, blocking them would probably be a good move. Blocking ValidL's and just trying to off would probably be a good move. Now, option 2. What's behind door number 2 right here, okay? What's behind there? Well, Blue could continue to play into the drama and give ValidL's attention, furthering it, and ultimately causing them and their family to receive even more harassment. Now, there is a third door. There is a third mysterious door here, and that third door is to file a lawsuit. Blue decided to take doors 2 and 3 at the same time, and they paid the price for it. On April 25th, Blue tweeted asking if they should take ValidL's to court. She got a lot of support from people in the replies who seemed to think that she had a strong case for defamation. Oh, of course. Honestly, this would be a gold mine for a firm with how many people they would have hurt and how liable Twitter and ValidL's could be for what these people have done. So they're saying Twitter is liable somehow for what ValidL's has done, which is just not the case. Twitter is protected against this kind of stuff by law. What is posted on their site is not their fault. So you're going to be owned there. That's not really going to happen. But you know what? Maybe ValidL's could be held accountable. And you can see Blue here said, if I decide to go through with it, this will be for everyone they've hurt. Okay, this is a selfless action. Do it not just for yourself, but every person they've ever attacked and ever will attack. They tried to make you look like a felon. Lying about assault and stuff is nothing compared to this. Definitely. Defamation is a punishable offense. And you know what? In a literal sense, Blue was actually defamed by ValidL's. The owner of that account seemingly knowingly posted false info about them to harm their reputation. It seems in your mind like a slam dunk case, but part of the problem is that nobody knew who was running this account. And to sue someone, you need to know who they are. Like, you need to know who the f you're suing. The ValidL's account in the past had run some gay ops by intentionally posting false identities, which detractors would then post to be like, we got him, boys, we found his docs. And then ValidL's was able to dunk on them by being like, no, that's actually not me. You got owned, you're trolled. You got trolled.
You know what? Maybe I too could be ninja. I want to be ninja.
So bottom line, Blue would need to hire a private investigator to figure out who this guy or girl is. They would need to prove damages, financial or otherwise, reputational stuff. And if you want to sue someone for defamation, you'll probably be asked for a retainer from the lawyer of around $7,000 to $10,000. And on top of that, a good lawyer may charge $250 to $350 per hour of work they put into your case. It's not cheap stuff, and apparently it's not money that Blue really had since they were living with their parents. To sue someone for a tweet they make, you really got to have a lot of money in the bank, and you got to have a good reason beyond that. It's not up to me if suing someone over a tweet is worth it. It might be, honestly, if what they say is super slanderous and gets a bunch of attention. I could see a scenario in which if somebody slandered me, I might be inclined to be like, this guy, you're going to court, right? But in the United States, proving defamation is extremely difficult, and court can be a lengthy, long, pain-in-the-ass process, and it's very expensive. This did not really bother Blue Wolf, at least at the time. On May 10th, Blue posted a short video to Twitter saying that they were filing a lawsuit and that they had started a GoFundMe to help pay for legal fees. Out of 292 donations, it managed to raise more than $8,000, which is no small feat when it comes to a GoFundMe. And the description for the GoFundMe reads as follows. Valid Els is a large Twitter account and online community that doxes and harasses trans people, getting them swatted, mocked, abused, hurt, and is nothing but a game to them. They recently targeted me in an online campaign in an attempt to get more attention by posting fake screenshots, calling me a file, etc., etc., which led to screenshots getting sent to my father, nonstop harassment for days on end, and even worse. They've done this for many trans people, and I'm taking matters into my own hands, since Twitter nor Telegram will do anything to end this insanity. The legal fees will be costly, but I have friends and people in my life, like you guys, that will hopefully help me afford this. That's why I'm starting this GoFundMe. For example of the cost, it will be around $1 to $3K just for an attorney to review the case alone, possibly $25K or more in total. The goal for this case is to take the moral high ground and make some terrible people have real-world consequences for their horrible actions online. There most likely won't be any monetary gain from this case. However, if the judge rules the other party must pay legal fees, the funds will be donated to charity. That's all well and good, but they ended up raising $8,000, as I said, and $8,000 is not enough to take this person to court. And once again, given none of the LGBT sleuths out there had managed to find the identity of Valid Els at this point, it's unlikely some 50-year-old personal investigator is going to have an easier time of figuring out who it is, right? It's possible to subpoena Twitter to find out the person's identity, right? You can get a subpoena from the government. You can, basically be like, hey, here's my court order. That's what a subpoena is. If a U.S. court tells Twitter, we need to know this person's identity, then, Twitter is going to be like, okay, here's who they are, right? But that opens up a whole other rabbit hole, okay? Because, first of all, don't know who this person is, so they got to figure that out. And that opens up the John Doe lawsuit rabbit hole. I'm going to be getting a little bit gay and nerdy right now because I've been reading about law stuff recently, so I'm going to posture like I know a lot more than I do, but, I've done enough research to make it interesting. Basically, in the age of the internet, okay, in the modern times, you don't always know who is defaming you. They could be using an anonymous account. If you file a complaint and then get a subpoena, you can potentially unmask them. But as Buckingham Law's website reads, there can be various issues there as well. There are numerous hurdles that can pop up during the process of trying to identify an anonymous profile. Throughout this process, both the platform and the ISP will put the person on notice of your action. In addition, several jurisdictions require that you make some attempt to put the person on notice of your attempts to unmask their identity, including publicly posting information about the John Doe lawsuit. At any point in this process, the defendant can appear and anonymously attempt to quash your subpoena or prevent you from proceeding in your attempts to unmask them. If you have followed these steps properly and have solid grounds for your claims, you should be able to overcome these challenges, but they can cause delays and increased costs along the way. Now, Blue had publicized their intentions to take this all to court and raise money, but in doing so, they illuminated Valid Els to their every move, meaning they could take steps to prevent their identity from being revealed. It is possible that in the first place, this person is in Russia and is using a VPN or something to access Twitter. Like, we have no idea who the Valid Els is. They could be in Malaysia. It could be Ian Miles Chung, okay? They could just delete their account and hide if this happens and make it harder for Blue to get their information and sue them for defamation.
Oh, no,
Speaking
I have to
of defamation, let's get into that. Okay, let's talk about that. Other countries like England are notorious for their laws around defamation. Take, for example, when YouTuber Kavos showed a lot of circumstantial proof that Deji was subbotting his subscribers. Deji, or Comedy Shorts Gamer here,
you're honestly an idiot, you're an imbecile,
was then able to silence him due to the extremely low bar to prove defamation against someone in the UK. But in the United States, we have a much higher standard. What Deji did in the UK by intimidating Kavos probably never would have happened in the US due to the presence of anti-slap laws, which prevent people from filing meritless lawsuits that are designed to intimidate victims. Basically, the reason I'm saying all this is because it's much more difficult in the US to take someone to court for defamation and just bleed their bank account dry just because you have money. And on top of that, it's much harder to just prove that somebody's defaming you in the first place because we have very, very, bolstered, solid free speech laws in general. I know in practice sometimes with social media companies.
See, Tom is very smart, like Wendigo.
A lot of the time in the court, if you're suing an individual, you're going to have a lot to prove that they're trying to defame you. I mean, like the anti-slap laws, for example, right? This protects journalists from being sued into oblivion when they expose powerful people. But with that, the bar required to prove defamation is very high. There are 5 pillars of defamation that you need to meet, basically, before you file a lawsuit to think about, like, can I even file this, right? Is this even worth it? So the first standard here is publication. You have to prove that the information was published in the public eye. If you message someone something false about another person, if you say it, in like a text message or in a fucking store in a JCPenney, it's not defamation. If you put it in an article or on a public social media site, that can be defamation if you meet the other pillars. Valid Els did publish this on a public site. It got a bunch of attention, so you would think it meets this requirement, but Valid Els may be able to argue that because they didn't caption this screenshot, that maybe because their account is parody or satire, they actually can get away with it, right?
Wow, he's playing a song that I really, really love by Andrew Hale that's in the LA Noire soundtrack. See, I wonder sometimes, these guys are such biters. A lot of the time, I feel like when I like them, it's because of the music they're playing in the background. And it's something I'm slowly waking up to.
They didn't say Bluefall was a groomer. They just posted that picture that obviously implies it, and it's obviously a fake screenshot. But, you know, there's a lot of arguments they could make in court to try and be like, oh, you know, actually, I'm a good guy. I didn't do anything wrong. Your Honor, I was merely trolling. 2. Identification. The person you're suing needs to have identified you. As KPP law states, a statement like all Hollywood actors have probably cheated on their partners is not defamation. If you're a based right-wing schizo and you want to call everyone in the White House a Jeffrey Epstein disciple, you can technically do that. In the case of Blue, they were clearly identified by Valid Els from the screenshots. You know, you can see their username and then profile picture, so you could probably make the argument that, you know what, this is identification, right? So we can probably check off this box and say, okay, this one, put it in Blue's court, okay, they're owning, okay, they're destroying. 3. Reputational impact. You need to be able to prove that whatever was published had a negative effect on the person in question. If you want to say that I, for example, Tom, Zim, eat for breakfast instead of drinking piss for breakfast, that's not really illegal in most cases because it's unlikely to have a serious harm to my reputation. Everyone already knows that I do both. But if a false information is related to something serious and has a serious effect on that person's life, then it may be defamation. Like if it's information that could cause their friendships to be ruined or cause them to lose their job. And online harassment is actually covered under this as well, interestingly enough. Like, because, you know, in the age of the internet, as I said before, the law has adapted to understand these issues. If the public becomes aware of a statement made about an individual, they may begin to behave inappropriately to that person through threats, acts of physical violence, or through other means. One of the most common types of retaliation after defamation is via online channels such as social media. So the fourth pillar, if you will, is the requirement that the information that was published is actually false. I think we all know what this means, and Yeah, the screenshot was fake, so the information was false. Number 5, the big number 5. The person you are suing is at fault. You have to prove that the person in question spread this information either on purpose or with reckless disregard for what the truth may be, right? An individual who offers a television interview who is later misquoted may not be liable for defamation. This brings us to the topic of actual malice. If the person being defamed is a public figure, then the person being defamed has to prove in court that the
I love this song. I want to hear it in its actual entirety. It's so good. Andrew Hale, main theme, the LA Noire main theme. This song's so fucking good. So good. Ouch. Oh, God. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. It's so annoying. Why do you keep missing? He's a foot away. Why do you miss these shots through his body? Why? God damn it.
Or whatever the defendant in this case did it with either the knowledge the information was false, or they did it regardless of what the truth may have been. Like if they were told, hey man, don't publish this information, and they did it anyway, then they could be right. But this one is pretty tough to prove. Like you can already imagine the millions and millions of possibilities that could come from this. For example, did Valid Elves actually make a statement? Well, you could argue no. You could say they just posted a screenshot. Maybe the screenshot wasn't made by him. Maybe he didn't know it was false. Maybe because he deleted the tweet off of Twitter, he can't be held legally liable because he, retracted the claim or whatever, right? He could make the case that, hey, I just post screenshots. I didn't have any intention with it. This is a very, very important thing to prove in cases of defamation against public figures.
Actual malice is a situation where a statement was made that was not only false, but that it was made recklessly or maliciously. For example, you knew or should have known you should have investigated to see if that statement was true. But you didn't. And because you didn't investigate to see if it was true and it turns out it was false, you got a problem, because that public figure, who normally wouldn't be able to sue you for making an untrue statement, now has a green light to do it, because you acted with a reckless disregard of your duties to make sure that statement was true before publishing it.
All right. I'm sorry. Boring, I know. Lawyer Tom is over for now. But Valid Elves obviously saw that Blue wanted to sue them and decided to make a Twitter thread basically outlining their issues with the lawsuit and how Valid Elves thought that Blue was going to get away with scamming their fans, basically, according to them, okay? Allegations, bitch. Allegations, bitch. I'm alleging your mom sucked my dick last night. She loved the mushroom tip. Base, dude.
How did you get my keys? Last night, me and my mates went to the pub. Got us a few pints. Turns out, one of the girls I shagged happened to be your mum.
Based. Valid Elves writes, why? 1. He didn't even consult or contact a lawyer beforehand, a big lull if he only listened to his friends online, if the case is even possible, and the estimated cost, hence why. 2. He isn't even aware how much a defamation case would cost him, even if considering his chance at winning. His so far $7,000 is just a fraction of what could be the total cost, and I don't think a kid who just lost his only income from dad's financial support is able to pay the lawyer long enough. 3. He set the GoFundMe donation goal to $1. Why? GoFundMe lets you withdraw as soon as the donation goal has been hit, so he'll use that to withdraw the money ASAP. He promised to refund all of it back to everyone, but not sure how that will happen now after it's been withdrawn. Big Lamau for the donators. Blue only has 3 options now. 1. Refund all of it back. 2. Find a lawyer and actually use the money on that. 3. Run away with the money and instead get fursuits, sex toys, and tickets to furry cons, but that would be fraud. Sad emoticon face, okay? Villadels is hitting Blue Fall for the sad emoticon face. It's a dark day. It truly is a dark day. As much as they hate to say it, okay? As much as they hate to say it, those in the rap game, those in the streets may not like to say it. Your boy was mostly spitting facts here, okay? He was mostly goated with the sauce, and he couldn't be stopped.
Here's your question. Spell red.
Red? L-S-T-E-R.
Now, I disagree with the characterization that this lawsuit was a scam, or the idea that Blue was like necessarily going to scam it. I don't think that was ever Blue's intention, from my perspective, because Blue clearly did intend, in my mind, to sue Valadels and win for all the people that they perceived were wronged by Valadels, right? I don't think that Blue ever intended to like run away with the fucking money. In this case, more on that later. But you need a lot more than like 7 or 8 grand to carry through a defamation lawsuit. You need to consult a lawyer first to see if you have a case, on top of the 100 other issues that there are with this, which is why this post is mostly correct, apart from the ultimate conclusion, which I disagree with. The actual points are like, you know, Mr. Beast mode, I guess you would say, right? Despite everything. Despite everything. Despite it all. Despite it all! Around the same time, people noticed that Blue was apparently chilling with their friends in the pool, basically on vacation, just vibing the hell out. For someone with not a lot of money who was raising money for a lawsuit, they weren't being very financially responsible, now were they? And with all these problems, it began to dawn on Blue that they would not be getting the epic own in court that they thought they would be when they started this whole thing.
Objection. Oh, this can't be a real screen cap from a game.
I'm not strong enough to handle the Valadels lawsuit, so I'm canceling it. It's too much pressure and it wasn't a good idea. I'm sorry for letting you all down. I only wanted justice to be served. Refunds should be issued within 3 to 5 days. Personal message me if you don't receive it. I know I'm gonna get so much for this, but I just want it to be over. Can't handle it, so I'm locking my account for a bit. I was serious about this the whole time, but now with how big it's gotten, it's just become a disaster.
He covered his tracks. He got that idiot at the copy shop to lie for him.
Mr. McGill, please, you don't have to go.
You think this is something? You think this is bad? This chicanery?
Sorry, chat. Had to go to Zimbabwe real quick with all this furry trans drama. It's making me cranky.
Gonna pop us in the Cheeto in real quick for that one.
Now, with all of this, I think it's pretty clear that Blue is not a groomer, just a gooner with no understanding of the legal system and no money.
Not a groomer.
Just a gooner.
The Valadels Twitter account was eventually suspended permanently in November of 2023, and we haven't heard anything from them since. All the lawsuit money was refunded. Blue walked away pretty unscathed and was able to go back to their regularly scheduled programming right here, which is freaking awesome! Yes! I love it! They even said they were done with drama. No more drama! The drama era is over, guys. Until Ruben Sim came along. Ruben is a Roblox YouTuber who's been responsible for exposing some of the worst people in the community. You may also remember him from when Roblox attempted to sue him for $1.6 million. They eventually dropped the lawsuit when he started making their moderation look so terrible for being unwilling to ban multiple degenerates from the site that they thought the bad press, if they continued with a lawsuit from his channel, would be so bad that they were just like, okay, we're done with this. Just like pay us legal fees or something.
Why am I the one being sued for off-platform behavior when I've made videos on this very channel criticizing Roblox for doing next to nothing when child predators groom their users over Discord? One of their own professional developers was featured in a People Make Games video, sexting a 12-year-old girl while he was 24.
Ruben published a tongue-in-cheek video in April 2024 titled, "Which type of Roblox player are you?" One type of user he describes is furries, whose varying degrees of adult content addiction can lead to some very weird results.
I like to think of the furry community as a big iceberg. At the very top, you have the 5% that are normal. Then you have the rest of them who furiously deny that they're their habits amount to zoophilia. This is because, in their mind, if an animal has human-like features and human intelligence, there's nothing wrong with wanting to fuck it.
This graphic right here is what got him into some major trouble. While describing zoophiles, he shows Blue Falf. He also shows Renegade Coyote, known in real life as Timothy C. McCormick. Tim was a member of the Indianapolis EMS and unfortunately died when a Honda hit his ambulance. These two names were placed
A
next
Honda
to him
hit
and
his
Sappho,
ambulance?
who we've covered on this channel and my main channel before, and I think this clip will say it all.
For the record, I am a zoophile. You did not mishear that. I am a zoophile.
Oh.
I do not have a thing for humans. I am more attracted to dogs like German Shepherds. If you are willing to stay and listen to my view and
No. I'm not. I don't think many of us are. We're not gonna stick around for your view. And you posted this on 9/11? Oh my. This video is 36 minutes long. I don't have a ton of confidence that in 36 minutes you're gonna say anything that makes anyone go, you know what? You're right. It's totally fine.
He also used an image of Lumen City, the furry that followed me around like a federal agent when I tried to interview furries in Boston and had a mental breakdown, so that was freaking awesome! Stop recording me! You're recording us! But Blue Falf was fucking pissed because, I mean, their name was next to this, you know, freak, hypnotist Sappho. Ruben Sim called me a zoophile for being a furry in his latest video. You, dude. And this tweet got a bunch of likes. People began calling him out, saying he assumes everyone who's a furry is a degenerate menace to society. Some of these people, a very small minority, of course, but some of these people posted his personal information, claiming they'd be swatting him soon. Others claimed that Ruben's followers are messaging them gore and CP. Ruben Sim begins trending on Twitter for all the wrong reasons, while Blue Falf calls for his deplatforming and manages to get YouTube's attention, actually. Team YouTube is like, we'll be looking into this really soon, Blue Falf. We'll be looking deep into this issue. It's our top priority. We've got a whole team of Pakistani interns on it. And Blue Falf similarly claims to be receiving the same vicious treatment from Ruben's Twitter followers. They claim Ruben's fans are trying to take down their Twitter account. Some of them also called me out because apparently I posted this picture that I guess Ruben made. I don't know if the problem is that he made it or that it's AI generated. It's like this minion picture. I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry I posted the minion, dude. I'm sorry, guys. Just leave me alone, okay? Look, I had a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, okay? I'm an innocent baby. I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. I don't know what I was doing. I needed my binky. I need my binky. I need my binky. I'm a minor. Please don't respond. I'm a minor. You see my face? I'm 9 years old and I'm a minor. So you better leave me the fuck alone, Buster. Hey, you. Hey, you right there. I'm 9 years old. Hey, you. Did you know that I'm 9 years old? Hey. I'm 9 years old. And around the same time when a child was killed in a standoff with police officers, one person claimed that Ruben was somehow responsible or something because this kid liked his videos. I don't know. Meanwhile, Ruben accuses one of his biggest detractors of being a zoophile himself. So there's all this shit going on, right? This is like a huge drama. The entire thing is a fucking mess. But Blue positioned themselves as being at the head of the anti-Ruben movement. As of now, Ruben has yet to be deplatformed, but the powers that be are still warring. Okay, they're going after each other. But a byproduct of this is that Blue Falf was re-entered into the drama sphere. Okay, so people were paying attention. They were like putting their little magnifying glasses like the penguin from Batman or whatever. Okay, they were looking deeply into Blue Falf. There was an increased level of scrutiny. People wanted to know if there was anything weird going on behind the scenes with them, given how hard they were going after Ruben. And there was, but it's probably not what you expected. Or maybe it is. It involves money. So there's this business called FFXI. Bear with me. It aims to make gay furry soda. I don't mean gay in like the way that I say it when I'm like, that's lame. I mean like literally like LGBT soda is the business, okay? I have no idea who would buy this when Coca-Cola probably has all the delicious microplastic nutrients you could possibly need. I love it. I don't have a problem with it, okay? I think it's based. But you know what? Maybe some people want this thing, okay? Maybe some people want this bottle of soda, which is $90. For that price, you get one bottle of soda, one mascot that they'll draw for you, and a sticker. A sticker. That's worth it, right? I mean, that seems cool, right? Not $90. That's Come on. I wipe my ass with that, guys. Oh, and don't forget a handwritten note. But never fear, okay, if you're not a $90 brokey, okay, if you've got some real money to spare, then for the upgraded price of $195, you personally will receive custom artwork of your persona on the bottle itself, 3 stickers of your custom artwork, a digital file of your custom artwork, and another sticker. And a handwritten note. Don't forget that. Important stuff. From the start, I think this is a terrible business idea because it's got a very limited appeal. I mean, this is basically only made for furries, so already the amount of people that would want it is a small percentage of the general population. And on top of that, then it's like gay furries, which is like even smaller. Actually, is it? For some reason in my mind, there are more LGBT furries than just like furries themselves. I don't really know how that works. There's just a lot going on. And on top of that, no matter how much money they spend on a fursuit, I think the average furry would not want to dump money into an $100 bottle of soda with some stickers unless they really like want to help this person and they're like a personal friend or whatever. But any good businessman will know that you might need some money to get things going, some startup, okay? Some dogs in suits if you want to put the money down and get your business started. After visiting the furry Shark Tank, Fursoda's walked away with the most brilliant investor you could possibly ask for, Blue Wolf themselves, one of the most popular people in the furry community. You've got a dumb business idea and someone who doesn't know to talk to a lawyer before starting a GoFundMe for a lawsuit. Okay, what could go wrong? Frankly, I'm shocked that anything did go wrong. I mean, that seems shocking to me. Well, from messages from the time, we can see a pretty funny series of events taking place, and now we get to read them. This is like the troll. This is like the troll dance. We call this the troll dance in the business. In the business of gay soda, we call this the troll dance. All alone. I think we do need to discuss your part in the company and how you see yourself. Right now, I'll admit it's a little bit frustrating how things currently stand. It's frustrating to essentially be running the business by myself, but still be expected to run things by you and have people contact you that I never get told about or that get brought up to me. Not to mention, I barely get recognized as being one of the owners of the company, despite running the entire thing. It's very hard to get answers from you about things. And sometimes a lot of these decisions I can't wait every few days to talk about. Half the time you don't even really acknowledge some of the things I ask or say. I know that could be from work or school or anything else, but it isn't easy to run a business as a partnership without the ability to communicate. On top of that, it's really difficult to get you to help with the simpler and smaller things that need to be done. Like, just linking me to artists that you mentioned reached out to you, or retweeting and promoting the company. Even just asking for help getting supplies and stuff is difficult. And if we're going to succeed, then I need you to help me do those specific things. I think what adds to that frustration is that I know you can do some of these things. You're on Twitter pretty often, and from what I understand, you're in the process of buying a fursuit. So I know you can help me with supplies, and I know you can promote more than you do. It's just upsetting that for some reason you're not. I definitely don't know your financial situation, and I'm in no way entitled to your spending habits and decisions, but I do feel like it's a bit unfair to be investing in a fursuit while your business partner is actively funding the business out of their own pocket. You know, these seem to be very valid concerns. Why would you be buying a fursuit when you're not contributing the proper funds to this business, which you promised to be helping out? Blue doesn't seem to be the most forward-thinking person here, which could be excused if they were the only one being affected by this. But in this case, there's a business owner, however bad the business may be, who is owed money that's not being paid as they were promised. I can't imagine a lot of people are buying these $200 bottles of LGBT soda, so it's probably easy to get into debt when you're funding a business like that. All of this was happening behind the scenes for the time being, but eventually the owner felt like they needed to make it public to recoup their losses. On May 7th of 2024, the owner of the business came out explaining their experience with Blue Wolf. Around December of 2022, I had started working with Blue Wolf about a company we were trying to start up. I originally had planned to do this on my own.
He's good at voices like my best friend. My best friend is super fucking good at voices like this. He's been in movies and television and stuff. Like, not famous movies, but like local television and local movies and stuff and local theater and shit. And he's super good at voices. He's actually like better than this. But I haven't heard somebody as good as voices actually as him in a long time. Tom is talented. He's won me over, but I don't know why he let all that rightist, stuff like take over his mind. But something that I see there is at least an analytical mind. I don't think he got there without the thought first. I'm okay with rightists if they think first, but the ones that don't, they're just trumpeting, they're just trumpeting, get it? The ones that don't think first and just trumpet, right? I don't have any use for them. But but I don't care if you're rightist if you use your fucking brain. I've never cared. Honestly, about half my friends are rightist, I would say. About half. My inner circle are libertarians and they're gun owners, all 25. Well, I'm a gun owner too, although I can't. Well, I can own a weapon because I've never had a felony, but I don't have a license. My stepfather does, but I have all the knowledge. I've fired every gun out there, all that stuff. Grew up in the mountains, went hunting, fishing, hiking all the time, stuff. You know, like guns are something that I'm not afraid of at all. You know, and we own several, but my best friends are the ones that own all the, like, the assault rifles and the shotguns and the pistols and the fucking, you know, the M1911 or whatever it is. I forget all the ones that my best friend has and stuff. And so, and then the crew that I was last around when I was at the Flop House, they were all rightist, and that was interesting. It was okay. They were actually closer to me. I think they were actually, well, my friend P was woke, actually, because he didn't like the Republicans or the Democrats. He was an alt-right libertarian, I would say. I would say probably libertarian if I had to say it. Most of my friends are libertarian, right? I'm as close to libertarian as a leftist can get, but libertarians aren't leftist, right? I'm about as close to them as I can get. I think libertarians are great. Got no issue with them. I have a lot less issue with libertarians than I do with fucking Republicans. A lot less. And I would hope that the good, smart rightists that actually use their fucking brain instead of that fucking orange turd up in that fucking loser fest of 200 felonies and losing billions of dollars as we speak, and he's wearing diapers because he can't leave the courtroom, and he smells like shit, and people talk about him behind his back and stuff and all this stuff, and you know, he's a traitor and an insurrectionist and all this stuff, right? I'm not saying that the right wing is bad. I've never I say I don't like them. There's a difference, right? I don't ever say they're bad people. I say I don't like Republicans, right? But rightists, I don't like Republicans, and I don't like rightists, right? But I don't think they're bad people. That's the difference, right? I think Republicans are bad people. I think alt-right are good. And usually the alt-right is libertarian. Usually they like Rand Paul or Ron Paul. Hopefully Rand Paul, you know? Or I get them mixed up. One of them's bad, one of them's good. I can't remember which. It's so stupid. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. And also I don't like nepotism in politics. I believe that if any of your family members have run for Congress or presidency, I don't believe you should be able to. I believe it's nepotism. I really do. I don't like Rand Paul and Ron Paul because that to me is nepotism. Even in America, I don't care. I don't want to see family members in politics. I think one person in the family could be a soldier. I don't think you should have any more than one. Otherwise, we get Saving Private Ryan. Right? I think it should be a law that you can't have more than one soldier in the family. I'm dead serious about this. So if your father did it, you can't. You've got to go be a poet or a doctor or a surgeon or a lawyer or something like that. You're the worker, right? There's the soldier's son, and then there's the worker's son or priest's son, depending on what your side of the world is. Maybe you're a priest, or you're a worker, or you're a businessman, right? Yeah, and then yep, and then the third son is I don't know. There's no third son. It's like but yeah, and so it's weird how well I get along with rightist people because many of my beliefs are rightist. It's weird. I'm definitely right down the fucking middle. I would absolutely say, except I'm extreme ultra liberal when it comes to freedom. You know what I'm saying? As in, like, if you want to smoke drugs, smoke drugs. If you want to fucking shoot up heroin and die on the streets, shoot up heroin and die on the streets. If you want to shoot somebody or rape somebody or kill somebody, go do it, but understand we're going to kill you. We're going to let the community come and tear your fucking limbs apart. So don't kill people and rape people. I'm not fucking around with jail or you know, like I said the other day, right? I'm not fucking around with jail or prison industrial complex or wars overseas or any of that shit, right? When someone rapes or murders or steals in this community or scam artists or robs your grandmother or I care a lot or any of that stuff, right? Or tries to hoodwink you or fucking, you know, shenanigans or any of that stuff, right? I don't really want, like, a long court trial. I don't really want a long court case. I actually do believe in the right to a speedy trial, and I believe at the end of it, the judge gets to tell the cops whether they restrained the public or not from tearing you apart, right? And if it was so bad that the public wants to tear you apart, fucking let them. Like if you did something so bad like rape and murder or scam artists scamming old people or something like that, and a whole family worth of male members in the family wants to kill you, and you lose the court case, right? Let them tear you apart. I don't really fucking truck with jail. Let the victims get their fucking get their closure and shit. And if they don't want it, let the victims let us do it, and we'll put them in jail, right? But I think there's a lot of problems and stuff, like kind of like how we do things. I think the society doesn't really get their closure when bad stuff happens and all this. And I didn't want to talk about crime, but just, you know, so you understand, I would brutalize criminals far worse than Republicans, but I don't believe in jail. You understand how I'm centrist right down the fucking road? Is so stupid. I don't believe in jail. I don't believe in nonviolent drug offenses. I don't believe in the drug war. I don't believe a lot of the law and order bullshit. I believe in community policing, and I believe in letting a community tear a bad actor apart as opposed to the chair or life in jail. You know, I really do. I think it's probably the best thing to let them actually get their comeuppance. And I said it sounds savage, but I mean, we have men with guns. We can make sure that it's always just a few people in a room. That's it. I mean, we actually have like order and civility and chains and guns and stuff. We can definitely sort of, you know, like you know. And this sounds fascist, but I'm saying, like, I'm not talking about, I'm so crazy that I want my community to be able to hurt criminals. I'm talking about the victims should be able to exact revenge in a room alone with the criminal if they are condemned in a court of law. Far before there's ever a jail or you know, like so let's say you get caught raping like a 16-year-old girl or something like that, right? What I believe should happen is the community police should immediately fucking catch you, and the judge should come and you know, so you should go before the judge, and the judge has two, you know, there's two barristers, one argues for you and one argues against you, and then the judge listens to what the community has to say and what the barristers have to say in the same room at the same time, essentially. And when it's over, the judge makes their decision, and we hold that up by law, and it's either you get 10 minutes alone, the family gets a 10 minutes alone in a room with you with whatever weapons they choose, or if they forego that right, then we'll put you in jail for life. And if you murder somebody, I believe in capital punishment for murder, but I don't believe in it for anything else, though. It's weird. But I mean, that's what generally we do for capital punishment for is murder. So, I don't believe in capital punishment, but I don't believe in taking it away. It's a freedom that we've had for a while. I don't believe in taking the freedom away, frankly. We have a freedom to get revenge against these people. I don't really believe in losing freedoms that we've established before, you know? I don't believe in taking things away from people. I don't believe in taking abortion away, and I don't believe in stopping it either, which is weird. So you understand that's like centrist, right? Like, you know. So yeah, but when it comes down to crazy things like wars overseas or drug war or bullying and not cyber security, but cyber threats such as cyber bullies, that kind of thing, right? I believe that they're like, for instance, this is an extremely fascist belief, right? I'm an anti-fascist person who would march in Antifa parades. I got no issue with that. I like those people. I think they're actually trying to save the world, right? Just like everybody else is, right? Everybody cares about the world. They're just another faction trying to save the world, right? So I don't mind Antifa, but I do mind Proud Boys and shit like that, right? But so I follow Antifa side of that, right? Like a good woke boy should, or whatever, you know? Whatever you want to fucking tribalist call it or whatever, but I'm saying like this, right? As anti-fascist as I am, there are some things that I believe we have given our freedom away for. Like, we have given our freedom of justice away, where I feel like almost no victims in our community actually get any sort of closure or relief at all. I don't believe they do. I think it's just they're essentially the victim is separated from the perpetrator, and that's the best that we can hope this system to do. I don't believe they actually ever get justice very often. I don't think the victim gets closure. I don't think most of the time the criminal is actually prosecuted. I think there's a lot of fucking bad things happening with the system. So my crazy solution to this is to let the community do it. I think when Antifa or whatever pushes global policing, the right thing, you just want to make the police police like the civilians essentially and defund them. But no, when we say like global, sorry, not global, when we say community policing, not global policing, when we say community policing, I think what we're actually saying is if the community is really pissed at you for raping or murdering or stealing or something, the community should be able to get alone in a room with you, you know, under supervised police authority. And they should be able to mete out their justice. And if there's more than like 5 of them, the judge should just be like, all right, you've angered too many victims in this fucking community. Just let them tear you apart at that point, right? I think it's sometimes like that. And let them tear you apart. If they don't want it, then we do life in jail. And I think you'd be surprised how little amount of jails we actually need. I think you'd be surprised. I think for 300 years in this country, it was far more savage than it's ever been now. We're the most civilized we've ever been. We've got running water, we've got power and all this stuff. For 300 fucking years in this country, it has been savage, wild, wild west shit. It really has, right? But we've never ever needed county jails. Not really, not big ones, no. We've never ever needed it. And you want to know why? When somebody used to rob the stagecoach or rape the poor woman down at the saloon, or, you know, after hours or whatever, or scam somebody for snake oil or something like that, right? The community comes with their burning pitchforks and stuff, and they stand outside the fucking house, and the marshal comes and he says, "Come on out," you know. Like, what's that movie? Real policing, right? Like, Django Unchained, right? Where what's his name? I love that actor. I can't think of his fucking name. He's such a good actor. John Malkovich, right? He comes to the front door and he's like, "All right, come on out now." and the dentist comes out, and then the fucking sheriff's there, right? So the dentist is inside, but the sheriff comes out and he's like, "All right, these boys said that you done plain shot a man in cold blood in the fucking center of the town, so I'm here to summarily execute you if you do not supply me some reason not to do so." Right? And all the community are there with shotguns waiting and stuff. And this is what the community wants to do. And I believe we should not, I don't believe in them firing shots. I believe if they fire shots, they should go to the county jail, not the county jail, but the city jail, really, I don't want them firing shots. But if they want to stand there and demand action, I think that should be their right. Now, we got a lot of people on this fucking planet, so it's kind of crazy. We have to obey the laws and all this, but I think when criminals understand that they'll be torn apart by the community, as opposed to spending 2 years in a court process, eventually, resigning and going to jail for 2 to 5 years or something like that, going to college, becoming a far worse drug addict and a far worse criminal, and a far better criminal, honestly, usually, and then just harming your community more, right? Usually, if you victimize someone badly enough where you should be in court, I frankly think that their families should be able to just confront you in a room after the judge passes their judgment on whether the complaint is legitimate or not. Now we have this railroad of processes and penal codes and all this stuff. I talked about this the other day, but so it's weird because I'll fall extremely fascist on certain things. I'll be like, okay, an extremely fascist thing to do would be to synchronize our social security numbers to our MAC address and VPN. I want VPN forced on the entire world, and I want it to be free and paid for by the government, so that we can't stalk each other and treat each other like shit anymore, and people actually have some semblance of not being DDoSed or fucked up or ripped off or having their IP stolen or Pegasus or any of that stupid any of that other stupid ass black hat fucking bullshit that they do instead of living real lives, and yeah, and so now, and that's how I feel about it. I kind of lost my train of thought, but if the community were to get the blood that they want right after the judge actually ruled and stuff, and I feel that the judge needs to be fair like they are right now, but I feel that the judge needs to side with what the community wants. And if there's more than 5 or 10 community members there with complaints, I think the judge should basically summarily execute for almost even basically stuff like horse thievery or stealing a car, I think the judge should be able to just summarily let the community execute the person right then and there for stealing from the community, right? Bad actors used to be ousted by the community, which is how we got family values, church ideals, Tom Sawyer, painting a fence instead of Crips and Bloods and all that stuff, right? That's how we got to be Americana and what we want to get back to, like Norman Rockwell and all that shit Trump talks about, like, you know, all the traitorism that Trump talks about how America isn't great anymore, you know? That's the most anti-American thing I've ever heard in 300 years. That America isn't great or that it needs to get great again. It's always been great, you fucking you non-patriotic fucking piece of shit. You ever talk shit about America in fucking front of me, I'll straight whatever. Just gonna leave it. But I'm sorry, I've never heard a less patriotic person in my fucking life. He constantly talks about how bad America is and how it needs to be repaired, and I do too, but the problem is,